So our judges today, we have Russell Hamlet, Whuru Yavari, Tanya Niwa, Joe Francis, Catherine Williams. Has anyone seen Richard Wood this morning? Nope.
He just arrived.
Oh, Russell. Yes, I've seen Russell. Tony Carter, Sarah Lee Cobb, Lizzie Gilmore, Catherine Kadenak, and they stole Johan van Can. I'm trying to steal him back. Hopefully he might be here later on in the afternoon. Okay, so if you're all ready, we'll start with the run through. Wow, that was a long run through. Everyone else is clapping and we're ready to go. Also like to say a very good morning to our members, friends, family that are listening in online today. Portrait category sponsored by Ilford, our lovely, lovely friends who've been a huge supporter of NZIPP over the years. I'd just like to read the category descriptor before we get underway. Portraits that may be traditional or interpretive in nature, this category is intended to reward innovation, creativity, and technical mastery through in-camera capture. Entries will be judged on visual impact, emotion, communication, and professional quality in line with industry practice. A portrait of an animal or animals without a human may be entered, however, may be more suitable in the animal category. Right, let's get underway. For our first judges, please, could we have Catherine Williams, Russell Hamlet, Jo Francis Moore, Amber Griffin, and Sarah Lee Cobb, please. Would you like to sign in? Is it wrong? Okay, it's not in our system, so if you just put one in. Okay. Righty-ho, could we swap Catherine Williams in for Lizzie? Okay, judges, so everyone signed in? You right there, Lizzie? Thank you. Alrighty, the first print, please. The system's just loading up, guys. Right. We have an initial score of 79. And Russell, a challenge from you.
Interesting one straight off the bat. So we're talking about, first thing
Score,
I enjoyed,
please.
I scored at 86 by the way, because I really enjoyed the colour that the subject's wearing and how the image has been taken and presented to us with her hair colour, skin colour, everything. It's just the whole tonality of it I thought was quite wonderful. And then really allowing this person to express themselves in this way and not getting all gimmicky, or this is just a straight up gutsy, honest, professional presentation of a person who's those things as well. And what else could you do to meet the needs of this person? I think she would be just wrapped. She's in your face, proud as hell. It's simple, but maybe needs a little bit more looking at and thinking about.
Okay, thank you, Russell. Could we hear from Sarah Lee, please?
Yeah, I scored this image a 76, and I may have been a little too critical on it. I love the subject. I definitely think all the storylines in the right-hand side image. The left hand is a beautiful portrait, but I think it's not necessarily adding anything to it. And I'm definitely listening, and I'm going to be bringing my storyline up. I'm going to be bringing my score up.
So the judges, the scoring's pretty even, so does anyone else have anything extra to add?
Yeah, I'm definitely persuaded there to go up into the silver range. Maybe not quite to silver distinction. I think if the image on the right had been presented itself in maybe a slightly different crop, I think that would have made it a lot more powerful. but yeah, I think you're right, Russell, and it needs to be rewarded with a silver.
The first frame, both frames are very, very important because the first frame is going, bang, this is me, this is what's happened to me. And the second frame is going, this is what I think about it. So one needs the other. It's definitely a lovely little storyline there, and it's beautifully presented to us, I think.
So we have a final score of 82, a silver award. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 78, very even scoring. We have a challenge from Joe Francis.
I scored this one in 83. I just think this is quite a striking portrait of a young lady, really truly expressing who she is. She looks like someone who is into fashion and style, and I think the photographer has managed to capture the essence of this person. Normally I kind of hate feet forward like that, but the awkwardness almost adds to the sort of awkwardness of her age and her sort of becoming a person who she is.
Thank you, Joe. Can we hear from Amber, please?
Sure. I was on professional standard, a high professional standard at 74. The things that I struggled with were just the reds and the magentas in her skin tone. I found like really distracting. I do really appreciate the pose, but I also feel like there needs to just be a little bit more expression from her. I understand this is a fashion portrait, but if you could help to explain those things, then perhaps I could come up to bronze.
Russell, let's hear from you. You're up there supporting Joe.
Yeah, I'm in support of Joe here. I scored at 82. Often portraits are meant to be obviously telling of the person, and I really like how, that red in the skin tone, sweetie, there's a lot of red flying around in the ambient sort of situation, but I really love how it's been lit, how the light's caught her face and split it, how the hand hanging in front of her groin there, if you like, has caught that light, and then it leads us down that leg. And we know often that when you see the soles of shoes or feet or whatever, it's not a go, but it's actually perfect here because it's sort of sticking it up us, as it were, and it's flowing right towards us, and really is the most dominant part of the image. And I think it's been really well presented to us, once again, illuminating who this person is and what they're into and their attitudes. The expression's perfect for the attitude that her body is presenting to us.
Thank you, Russell. If no one has anything else to add, we'll put it back to you, Joe.
I think that Russ has summed it up beautifully. So I will just ask you to have a little think and rescore.
Pardon? Yes, please. We have a silver award at 80. Great discussion, guys. Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges.
What's not to love about this? You've got the chick literally waiting on quirky angles with its mouth open, waiting for food. The parent arrives and back thinking about providers, food time, and in the middle they meet perfect sensory. And down the bottom, the chick is finally reaching ready.
Right, we have an initial score of 82, which is a silver award. Are we happy with that, judges? Amber?
I was on 88. I think that this is a masterfully created grid expressing, there's so much personality in every one of these images. We can't actually see this person's face, but we don't need to because there is so much personality coming through in their body positioning and their pose, and I love the way that the grid of 9 is put together so well balanced, with the couch balanced in a triangle and then the green wall balanced in another triangle. It's just a masterfully put together piece of work.
Thank you, Amber. Could we hear from Russell, please?
Yeah, I think this one sort of passed me by a little bit when I first looked at it, but it's characterful, and I can see your design elements that you've pointed out, and I'll lift my score a little bit. I was out of 80, but I'll come in.
Okay, back to you, Amber.
I don't know why you wouldn't be in silver distinction. I think you need to come up.
Judges, please rescore. Well done, we nearly got there. 84, a silver award, strong silver. Congratulations to the entrant. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We've got very even scoring. We have a bronze award at 78. Congratulations to the entrant. Could I have a helpful comment, please, for the entrant? Sarah Lee, thank you.
This is a beautiful image that the two ladies in there will absolutely treasure. I love the choice of the oval mat. I think it's wonderful in how it mirrors the face shapes. To improve this image, I would really come in, personally opinion, with a closer crop. There isn't much story in all that body that's below. And then just turning their heads ever so slightly, or lighting that the mother's face a little bit more so that they both have equal presence in the image.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Next print, please. Just if you're tuning in, you're in judging room 2 with the NZIPP RS Awards portrait category. At the Majestic Theatre in Christchurch, Durham Street. So if you're out and about, come down and see us. This beautiful work up on the walls that has already been awarded. You can come and view those as a member of the public. Thank you, judges. Right. We have a silver distinction at 85. Are we happy with that, judges? Could I have a comment, please, from Amber for the entrant?
Wow, what a haunting portrait. It's incredibly clever to convey so much emotion from simply a back. There's no face there. It's beautifully constructed compositionally, and it gives me all the feels. It's amazing.
Thank you, Amber. Next print, please. So we have very even scoring judging. We have a bronze award at 77. Congratulations to the entrant. Can we have a comment, please? Perhaps from Joe Francis. No? Lizzie?
I really enjoyed the composition, the way it filled up the frame. I found it just a little bit too much contrast. There's a lot of bright and dark, and the expression on the face doesn't really sell it to me.
Thank you, Lizzie. Next print, please. Thank you, judges.
Just very briefly, I love the fact that it looks like the moon's reflected in there.
Right, we have an initial score of 80, a silver. Oh, sorry, no? I'm running on you, Russell, sorry. Okay, we have a score of 84, which is a silver. Are we happy with that? Okay. Oh, please make your intentions known, please.
This is really.
Score, please, Russell.
Sorry.
Score, please.
I just sneaked it into the distinction silver. It's really, as we all sort of realise when you get up close, that matte is really, really clever, and it just mirrors the energy going on and mirrors the energy going on inside the image, and the person's face being in focus at the very, very top just gives the whole thing meaning, and it's all about her and the movement and her energy and just everything. I just think it's quite fantastically conceived and presented to us. The treatment of the core of the mat just sort of tipped me into the distinction because of its originality. I haven't seen it before.
Thank you, Russell. Could we hear from Lizzie, please?
It's interesting actually because
Score, please, Lizzie.
I scored the 78 in bronze. I feel like actually the focus of the face at the top actually took away from me the emotion of the image. I mean, from back here I saw a pair of breathing lungs in the middle, and the movement on the outside and that matting was really quite beautiful. But when I came in, I was just too distracted by the actual face, and I feel like maybe if that wasn't there, I would have even put it up into gold.
Okay. Does anybody have anything else they'd like to add? Thank you, Amber.
So I was actually on 84, but Russ, I'll be joining you up in silver distinction. The story that I get from this image is that it is something to do with the turmoil of perhaps a journey to pregnancy or something. If you see the figure at the top, she's got her hands placed on her belly, and I feel like this whole presentation is maybe something to do with an embryo or something like that. yeah, I just think there's a lot more perhaps to this story that we need to look at.
Okay, back to you, Russell.
Well, it's interesting, you know, the thing that I enjoy, somebody else doesn't enjoy so much, so I can't ask them to enjoy it. But I think it's telling that she has been given to us sharp, so that there is a person in here. It's about a person. This is portrait. It's not just a design exercise. It's about people. And thank you for pointing out that she's holding a belly there. So that whole kind of womb-like sort of presentation as well, perhaps. You know, we can play on that thought if we wish, but I just think it's very clever, and I enjoy it, and I gave it a distinction. Hope maybe you can join me.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Well done. We have a silver distinction at 86. Congratulations to the entrants. It's fabulous discussion. Can we have the next print, please? Oh, sorry. So thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 76. And we have a challenge from Joe Francis.
I found this
Score, please, Joe.
photo. Oh, sorry, I scored this 81. I found this photo to be quite haunting. When you get in close and you really look at her face, there's quite a sadness there. Yeah, I just found it to be quite moving. I love the design elements with the stripes down her face and then coming down into her tattoo, and just the way she's sort of looking to the future. Yeah, I can see a few flaws, which is why I haven't put it in silver distinction, but yeah, I'd invite you to have another look and see how it makes you feel.
Sarah Lee, could we hear from you, please?
Yeah, so I scored this a 74 high professional practice. To me, when I look at it, I don't really understand the narrative. I see an exploration of technique and not much more. I do question why the bat tattoo's in focus and yet that head is so soft and grainy. Obviously in profile, the nose, which is accentuated with that shadow. And I'm just left with a whole lot of questions as to what this is saying about the character and why the photographer has chosen the techniques that they're using.
Okay. Thanks, Sarah Lee. Does anyone have anything extra to add? All right, it's back to you, Joe.
I thought it was quite a brave choice to put her in profile like that. Most people, when they want to make a pretty photo, they find someone's best angle, but this woman's got a nose. And she and the photographer have both just embraced it. And I agree with you. I think it would be all about technique, except I think her expression is elevating it into having quite a sort of soulful, almost searching feeling about it. Yeah, I just invite you to see how it makes you feel and score from your heart.
What's happened? I'll just try the challenge again. Sorry, guys. Sorry, just having a little technical glitch here. There we are. We in now? Yep. Thank you.
So that curve of the leaf, I love the shadow of the spider underneath. And I don't know what it is about jumping spiders, but they always have like really cute eyes on the top of their head.
Have we got everybody's scores?
It's really nicely framed, that orange.
Let's come up with the final score.
Well, they're nice and strong. Yeah, I think that the positioning.
Oh, I did submit, but okay.
Boren? Okay, so we have a 77. Congratulations, that's a bronze award. Can we have the next print, please? Just like to thank Ilford again for their fantastic sponsorship of the category. Ilford is a brand supplied by C.R. Kennedy, so make sure you pop down and visit Gerard and the team, and they'll answer all your questions about the extensive range of fantastic Ilford products. So very even scoring judges. We have a high professional standard at 74. Could we have a comment from Sarah Lee, please? Just very constructive for the ancient, please.
Yeah, this is a gorgeously timed image. I don't know, I don't work with animals, so I can imagine the challenges that you've taken to get this image. Just be wary of perhaps over sharpening. It's gone a step too far, especially with those highlights. And then that sun flare on the lower right is really taking our eye away from the girl in the middle. So,
thanks, Sarah Lee, and for the ancient will find that very helpful. Could we have the next print, please? We have an initial score of 79, and Russell's going to challenge. Score, please, Russell.
Well, we're going to be in that situation anyway, so I gave it an 81. I thought it's lit beautifully. I love how the flowers just diving off to the edges and spilling out to one side, give it that energy. Hey, you know, it's well lit, well timed, well presented. It's very good professional standard, you know, above, and I think it's worth a silver.
Thank you, Russell. Could we hear from Lizzie, please?
Yeah, I scored this as 76. Yeah, I'm happy to come up. I did kind of teeter on a little bit. I just wasn't quite compelled with her expression because there is quite a lot of light coming in from either side and not so much on that expression on her face. That was kind of what held me back. But I can be convinced.
Thank you, Lizzie. Anyone have anything else to add? All right, Russell, it's back to you.
Just quickly though, I enjoy the lighting actually. I mean, she's an exuberant sort of person, and I think the whole thing is a celebratory sort of feel to it. She loves what she does, and she's played the part, and she'll love that image for the rest of her life, really. And I think that the photographer's done a great job.
Thank you, Russell. Can we rescore, please, judges? Yep, you just enter the same score. Thanks, Russell. And we have a final score of 80, a silver award. Congratulations. Have the next print, please. So our judges in this category, we have Sarah Lee Cobb, Amber Griffin, Jo Francis Moore, Russell Hamlet and Lizzie Gilmore, currently reviewing our prints. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 80. And we have a challenge from Amber.
I'm on 85. I think this is a very clever story of what having a baby does to a woman. The lighting has been really cleverly crafted. She's had something ripped away from inside of her. Her identity's gone. She's got no face in this image. It's all about the struggle of getting that baby into that high chair. I love the way it's really pared back just to the essential elements of what this is, and I've given this an 85.
Thank you, Amber. Could we hear from Jo, please?
Thank you for explaining this to me, Amber. I have to admit, I got up there and I couldn't work out what the front object that's crossing her body and casting a shadow is, and so I couldn't make a lot of sense of the narrative. Yeah, I'm listening and I'm willing to come up. Yeah.
Okay, if no one has anything else to add? Lizzie?
Yeah, I actually think there's an exceptional story in there. I scored it an 80, and I would have got a lot higher if it was presented without the chair and the table. I think the photographer, take another look at this and presented it in a different way, and I think it would be outstanding.
Okay, quick comment from you, Russell.
Because I didn't understand what it was on the right. I saw a chair, but I didn't understand what's lying across the top of it. But if that is, what do you call those things you stick the kids in? High chair. If it is that actually really helps me a lot, because I gave it an 82 in the first place for its wonderful mood and kind of, I don't know, something going on. It just grabbed me. So that helped. I think that object on the right helps the story a lot. I quite like the narrative you've created with it. Thanks.
Thank you, judges. Back to you, Amber.
The high chair is integral to the narrative in this image. So is, I think, the amount of space that's around it. Motherhood does all sorts of things to our mental state, and this is a really, really clever image that needs to be rewarded. Please come up.
Okay, judges, please rescore. And the power of discussion, we have a silver distinction at 85. Well done. Congratulations to the entrant. Can we have the next print, please? Right, we have an initial score of 78, but we have a challenge from Russell.
Hell yeah. This is stunningly beautiful, actually. I mean, animals do not like you touching them there, mostly. I've had to teach my dog over a little time to trust me to do that. And so, never mind the design elements and just how they come together like that, but the gentility of it, the intimacy of it, the closeness of it, the lighting's beautiful because it's flat and sort of kind of like not in your face, but when you get up there, all the details there and everything. It's a storytelling image. It's just a story of trust and togetherness and love and acceptance, and I just think it's beautiful. 86. I scored at 86.
Okay, could we hear from maybe Sarah Lee or Lizzie?
Yeah, I scored this image a 78, not knowing what Russell knows. The trust element didn't come forward to me. I think it's beautiful and it's simple. There's a lot of texture in there. I do feel the texture of the grass competes with the texture of the fur and the hand, which is slightly out of focus. I did question why the sleeve was included as well. And then to me, to really pull on the drama of the image, just a little bit more depth to those blacks, a wee bit more contrast there, and then bringing down the real highlight tip at the end on the right, where a little bit of the detail is lost.
Okay, does someone else, anyone want anything else to add? Has it got someone sitting in the middle? Okay, so Russell, it's back to you.
It's sometimes hard, simple things to be impressed by something simple. But just look at what's in the frame is telling you about what's out of the frame. There could be all sorts. I could bullshit on all day long about stories between the owner and the animal, but it's just a beautiful, simple way of showing us man's best friend with a man or a woman or a person. It's just beautiful. All those other sort of things about technicalities in the corners and all that. Let's go for the story and how it's been thought of and given to us. I think it's a beautiful piece of communication. Hard to beat.
Judges, please rescore. Well done. We have a 79. So judges, we will need to go to review. So 79 for a bronze, 80 for a silver. And we have a bronze at 79. Well done, judges. Thank you. And the next print, please. Okay, thank you, judges. We have very, very even scoring. We have an initial score of 74, which is a high professional standard. We're happy to accept that. And could we have a comment, please, from Joe? From Joe? Yep.
This is a lovely, sorry about that. This is a really lovely constructed image. But to bring it into an award range, we just need to have a little bit more expression or a little bit more story.
Thank you, Joe. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Well, here we go again. We have a 79, but we have a challenge from Russell.
Once again, I think
Score,
this is
please,
worthy of
Russell.
a silver. I scored at 82. A lot of thought's gone into this, and it's obviously a very, very quirky family. I've chosen a fairly sort of austere, kind of boring sort of setup, if you like, but it's perfect in support of what that family is. And with the stolen bloody supermarket trolley on the right and the wheelbarrow on the left and the balances and just what the people are doing, I just love that the heads are all contained within the horizon line of the fence. No one's popped above it, so it's really quite clever like that. The fact that the roofs of the houses in the distance show us it's a sort of suburban setup. I think just the whole thing's really well done, and a really great representation of that family. And they're all quite interesting people, I think, and I think they'd really enjoy the result as well. And as a professional effort, I'm appreciating it a lot.
Thank you, Russell. Could we perhaps hear from Amber?
I wasn't far away on 78, and I'm listening, and I have nothing negative to add.
Okay, thank you. All right, judges. Back to you, Russell.
Oh, let's just get it into the silvers and give it what it deserves. Thanks.
Okay, judges, please rescore. And we'll pop Richard in as well. For Joe. And we have an 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to the entrant. Could we have a blank screen, please? We're just going to do a little bit of a judge change here. Sarah Lee, we'll get you to hop off. Thank you so much. Faru, would you like to join us, please? And Joe, thank you very much. Could we pop in Richard Wood if he's said 2 minutes, but he's not here. Could we pop in Tanya Niwa then, please? She's not here either? Oh, no, she is. Oh, thank goodness. While our judges are changing, I would like to say thank you to Ilford for the sponsorship of the portrait category. And thank you to our lovely handlers who are working very hard out the back, organising all our prints and things for us. They're doing a fantastic job. Are we logged in, Tanya? Are we ready to go? Beautiful. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 77, which is a bronze award. Russell's huffing and puffing, so I think he has something to say.
I don't know, I just think this is a little bit more than the bronze. I scored at 83. At first I thought, oh, why is there two images? And apart from the presentation of it and the tonality of it, which I really, really enjoy, I realised the strength of it was the fact that when she looked at us in the second frame, the whites of her eyes matched the tone of the print, as it were, and then it just gave that whole expression, strength. The shot on the left is contemplative and feminine and all that sort of carry on, and it would have been nice enough in itself, but the image on the right, that she just brought her gaze to us, and those whites of the eyes are the strongest part of the shot, just then goes bang, I'm this on the left, but I'm also this on the right. And I think it's quite a nice piece of communication from that person. So I just squeezed it into the silvers.
Thank you, Russell. Could we hear from Faru, please?
Russell, I'm totally agree with you. The graceful, divine color palette is just one of the strong point of the image. But I'm really confused about the chosen two portrait, almost similar in terms of posing, lighting, even a kind of expression. So I'm not sure these two actually add anything to the narrative of the story or add to the personality of the character. And also, I think the hand is just like a bit, it's not really good hand placement, and I just take my eyes away from that beautiful face. So, yeah, I give it 73, and I'm listening.
Thanks, Feroz. Anyone have anything else that they'd like to add? Okay, Russell, it's back to you.
So the funny thing is, for everything that you mentioned that you don't like, I actually love a lot. And the eyes are the windows to the soul. The whole point of the second image is the fact that she's gazing at us. It's all about her eyes, her gaze. It's all about her. I think, in actual fact, the posing, I looked at that hand and I kind of enjoy the strong grace of it in lots of ways. It takes you out of the frame. Yes, she could have had her fingers looking ballet-ish or whatever, but it's all about the gaze, and I think the palette and the presentation of it's very, very clever. And as I say, once again, the eyes are the windows to the soul, and it's showing us this person's soul. And I think it's beautifully done. And I squeezed it into the silvers.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. What was that? Well, we managed to squeak an extra point into there to 78. And that could be the point that this entrant needs. So that's fantastic, a bronze award. Thank you, judges. Discussion's worth it. Absolutely. Can we have the next print, please? Okay, judges, just a little reminder about keeping your comments tight and succinct and to the point so we can keep on time for our category for today. Because we were. Keep it down. Thank you, judges. Right, we have very even scoring. We have an initial score of 78. Are we happy with that? Thank you. We have a bronze award at 78. Could I have a comment for the entrant, please, from Lizzie or Russell?
I really enjoyed the shape that this formed and mixed with the designs and thing. I instantly thought of the fishhook punamu shape in this, and I really enjoyed it.
Thank you, Lizzie. Can we have the next print, please?
And congratulations, a bronze award to you.
I just gave us an 82. I just think up to the silver range. I love the sheer philosophy of the rope on the tiger, and of course being in such a capture is it's not an easy thing to put that as a title, acting as angry as this is. So I guess it's that capture on that angle.
Thank you, judges. We have very even scoring. We have a high professional standard at 74. Judges are all nodding in agreement. Could we have a comment, please, succinctly from Lizzie, please, for the entrant?
I really enjoy the rich colour palette and the handling of the greens. Just watched some of your highlights. I was quite distracted by real up on the top of a hairline there. It kind of drew me away from your expression.
Thank you, Lizzie. Can we have the next print, please? As for our people watching at home, every image will have a comment of helpful critique and advice from our very experienced judges. It's a very important part of the learning process of entering the awards. Thanks, Jo. Thank you, judges. So we have a bronze award at 75. Very, very even scoring, judges. We happy? Thank you. Bronze award at 75. Could I have a comment, please, from Tania for the entrant?
Beautiful intimate moment with the subject and the little pony. I feel like the crop could be, if the image was cropped perhaps on the left side and just would have made it a little bit stronger. That's all, yeah.
Thank you, Tania. That's fantastic. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Okay, we have an initial score of 77. And we're going to hear from Amber.
I gave this image an 82. I placed this in the silver range because I think this is a beautifully crafted image that just tells this, a story of who this woman once was. I think that it is, she's holding a portrait of her former self and perhaps just contemplating all the beauty of her life. And I love the symmetry in the image. I think it's beautifully crafted and it deserves a silver.
Thank you, Amber. I'd just like to hear from Lizzie and then we'll go to Russell.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying with the symmetry. It's just a little bit too handed to me on a plate, you know, like in the middle with the picture. Yeah, and I kind of struggle with the straightness. We've got the vertical lines okay, but the straightness of the bottom of the wall is crooked, and that I just, yeah, it just drew me off into that right-hand corner because it went down there, and that kind of, yeah, pulled me back down into the professional standard.
Thank you. Could we hear from Russell, please?
I scored it bronze because of the attention to detail that's been paid, what have you. I think it's a bit hot. The light on your face is too hot. Let's face it, the idea is hardly original. We've seen this a lot. But having said that, you know, the care that the photographer's taken for all those elements, I've rewarded it for that. But I think the lighting on the face is just a little bit too hot.
Okay, thank you. And finally, just back to Amber.
I think that the lighting on her face is that hot because that's where the photographer wants us to initially look. We go to that bright part of the image right in the centre, and then our eye dances around the rest of that beautifully symmetrical space. I think that it's obviously an older house, which I think is really appropriate for the whole scene and the whole narrative of this. And often in older houses, things aren't perfectly straight. Things move. It's just the story of the house as well. So I still feel like this deserves a silver. Please come up.
Thank you, Amber. Let's rescore, judges, please. And we have a bronze at 77. Congratulations to the entrant. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have very, very even scoring. We have a bronze award at 75. Congratulations to the photographer. Amber, you look like you enjoy this image. Could I hear from you, please?
Congratulations to the photographer. The joy emanating from the little girl is just delightful in this image, and I really enjoy the way that the texture of the trees in the background is sort of echoed by the dog. Just one thing to perhaps watch out for is really be very selective about where you choose to crop, because that darker spot on the very corner up in the, what is that, left, is quite distracting.
Thank you, Amber. That's very helpful for the entrant. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Doing great. We have an initial score of 73, which is professional standard. Could we have a comment from the entrant, perhaps from Tania?
Yeah, I scored this image 70. I think the photographer has tried to create something a little unique. However, there's quite a the background conflicts and competes for attention with the subject, and the angle of the head makes the eyes quite severe with seeing the whites, so much of the whites of the eyes, and it's very focused on her breasts rather than her face. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Tania. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Right, we have an initial score of 88, which is a silver distinction, but we have 2 hands have gone up in the air. Faru, let's hear from you.
Wow, it's such a moving image.
We have your score, please,
Oh,
Faru,
I gave
sorry.
it, sorry, 92. I got so excited about that, I forgot
That's
to
okay,
say
you're
that.
allowed to be excited.
I feel like the photographer actually lived with that person, with the subject, I don't know for how many days or weeks, but every single image shows a different feeling and mood and time of this character. Even the hat changes, the places changes, the time of the day is slightly changed. And bringing the character of the person is beautifully done. Every single image composite perfectly, and all of them work together. And I just adore the last image, the bottom right. And the dog, oh my God, they both enjoying of their own moment, own life. I'm not sure why you are not sitting in that gold range. I'd love to hear from you guys.
Thanks, Faru. Could we hear from Amber, please?
I was sitting in the silver range for all of those reasons. I'm not sure that there was sort of enough, not diversity, but I'm not sure that I was learning kind of enough. I feel like these are all really well constructed portraits, all individually. But the way that they are brought together, I just feel could have been resolved a little bit better, but I'm certainly listening.
Thank you. Could we just hear from Russell, and then we're going to go to Lizzie.
I scored at 88, and I knew I was being shy on it. I don't know why. I should have just got the cojones out straight away. I'll be in gold for sure with you, Faru. Amber, I think actually the placement of the images, I mean, multiples are tough. They all have to meet the standard of each other, and this one certainly does that. And I think the choice of where the photographers put the faces, the top left one could have easily been in the middle, but I think is beautifully held way up there. And just the texture of the whole thing and the colour and, the fact that this guy's obviously a character, it's not overdone. Like he's edible in every single frame, really. You just want to give the guy a hug or something and just get to know the bugger. And he's just such a good character. And I just really enjoy also the heat of that little red star on his hat just popping up here and there. And then, as Faru points out, in amongst all this, his companion is joining him in the bottom right frame as it leads us out the end of the story. So, yes, I think it's worthy of gold myself.
Thank you, Russell. And just from Lizzie, please.
Gosh, I could just stare at this all day and just
score,
find
please,
something.
Lizzie.
What's that?
Score.
I scored this 92, and even that, I'm feeling a bit stingy. The light is golden, the composition is golden. I just find so many different elements of this, and I see this man and the relationship that the photographer must have built up to get this amount of emotion out of a guy who's quite quirky, and you could tell, he lives alone, but he's just got such a story to tell, and I think the photographer has just captured this absolutely incredibly, and the dog is just, I love the way that they've used the light to light up the man's face and get his personality, but then also capture the dog in behind with that beam of light. I just think it's exceptional.
Okay, thank you, judges. Let's go back to Faru and for
Thank
summing
you,
up.
Lasser. Thank you, Lizzie. I want to bring your attention to 3 or 5 gold cookies here. Color palette, it's golden. It's the golden hour. There's a rainbow behind. It's the golden time for this character and his dog. it could be the end of their life, it could be the best time of their life. The second cookie is the hat. He used to be a soldier. He used to be a warrior. Now he's a cowboy. He's a cowboy. And there is a red star in a hat as well. Also, the house and the car, they're all like grungy, old like them. And the dog as well. The dog in the center is actually behind that person. The dog is a supporter, is a best friend, is always take care of him as well. So there are lots about this character, and beautifully done, well done to the photographer, well deserved to gold range.
Thank you, judges. That's incredible discussion. Let's rescore, please. And we have a gold award at 93. Congratulations to the photographer. Fantastic discussion. Can we have a blank screen, please? We're just going to have a judge change. So Russell, Lizzie and Amber, thank you so much. If you'd like to take a little break. And we'd like to welcome to the panel Richard Wood, Catherine Williams and Tony Carter. Oh, yeah, helps. Please come back, Faru. We'd love to have you sitting with us, please. We're not quite done with you yet. We all logged in, judges? Thank you. Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have very even scoring. We have a professional standard at 72. Could we have a comment from Richard, please, for the entrant?
Clearly a relationship here happening between the girl and the horse. I just found her a bit boxy, the way she's posed, very front onto the camera and those straight lines with the jacket and the arm. And she's slightly, it appears she's slightly disconnected from the camera and looking to the side, but yeah, a professional standard nonetheless.
Thank you, Richard. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 72, which is professional standard. And would you like to have a comment for the entrant, please? Catherine, thank you.
Yeah, beautiful styling and a energy in this with her lovely expression as well. The sort of delicacy of the tones in the bottom and the background, and then there's a certain harshness in the contrast in her face. which sort of feels a little bit disjointed. Things like her teeth are extremely white in comparison to everything else.
Thank you, Catherine. That's good feedback for our entrant. Could we have the next print, please?
And we have a score of 85, so a distinction. Congratulations. And can I thank you, Jackie.
It's all the way up there. The red in the background is a bit danger and that piece in the scriptures.
Just while the judges are looking at this print, we have a little fun fact about Ilford. Ilford has been operating for over 137 years. That is incredible, and that's why they are continue to choose Ilford and operating from their manufacturing headquarters in Cheshire in the UK. So who knew that? It's amazing. Thank you, judges. Very even judging, thank you. We have a bronze award at 75. Congratulations to the entrant. Farouk, could we perhaps hear from you?
Thank you, photographer, for delivering something something origin to us. I think the subject is a dancer can't see, and because of that we can see that two sides of the image. I'm not sure I can say it correctly. The braille. Yeah, sorry, I don't know that in English. Found on the two sides of the image. It was very brave. Congratulations.
Thank you, Farouk. You managed your words very, very well. Thank you. Can we have the next print, please?
And the caption is a Tui posed for a portrait.
So we have very even scoring, judges. We have a professional standard at 70. Could we have a comment to help the photographer, please, maybe from Catherine?
Yeah, I believe the photographer has a beautiful rapport with these subjects, which just shines off this. Where it's let down is it's very bright, very hard lighting, very frontal lighting, and then just the pose with those hands is sort of lacking a finesse there.
Thank you, Catherine. That's very helpful for our entrant. Could we have the next print, please? I'd like to say a thank you to our students and helpers that are working very hard out the back here. We couldn't do this without their help and support, so that's fantastic. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 79. And we have a challenge from Richard.
Yeah, I scored this 88. The emotion in this for me, I mean, you've got the elderly man, and he's a lot stauncher than this young boy. And I found the emotion that young boy was giving and delivering was very, very real. I feel like the children of this gentleman, which is probably that boy's mother and father, will cherish this image one day like nothing else, and so will that kid. I actually find it hard to speak, to be honest, because I'm feeling emotional. I think it's a beautiful, beautiful capture that will be one of the most important assets that these people will ever own. And I think I almost felt mean at 88, and now that I'm talking about it, but it's full of emotion for me. So.
Thank you, Richard. Could we hear from Tania, please?
Yeah, I was on bronze range at 75. I really felt that tenderness and gentle moment between the two, and the treatment of the way it's presented is really beautiful. Points for improvement. I just thought the shirt could have been pulled down a little bit at the bottom, just to keep our eye up the top. There's nothing. I was just looking for something a little bit more innovative to take it into silver range, but not to discredit, too much, because the emotion is very, very special between the two.
Thank you. Could we hear from Tony Carter, please? Or Catherine?
Okay, I scored this 80, and I do see the emotion that you see from this, Richard. And as I sat back, there was something else I felt from that emotion, and that is kind of that act of putting your head forward, and it's like this kind of submission, and it's like a submission to love, which I didn't actually get from that initially. There were a couple of things that held me into just popping it into silver. Around the back of the boy's hairline, it just felt like the flyaway hairs or something there was just a little bit of muddiness there, which for something of that level, I was a little bit disappointed to see. There was a beautiful control in the light hitting the old man's right eye, which I thought was beautiful and soft. And overall, the tonality of it matches the feeling of the portrait.
Thank you, Catherine. Does anyone else have anything to add? Tony.
Yeah, I scored at 75. I'll come up into early silver. Probably, to me, it feels manufactured. It feels like manufactured love to me. It feels like stay here with your head down and we'll take a picture. I think the shape that the image has been put into, with the tension at the edge of the boy's elbow, pulls your eye up into the grandfather's face and into the shadow area of his face. So I don't think the lighting is particularly well controlled for this type of thing. But I'm still going to give it a silver, but I'm just pointing out the things that are keeping me from going up into a high silver distinction.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, judges. It's back to you, Richard.
In regards to the flyaway hairs, I don't think they look edited at all, and they've been left in, and I actually have an issue when everyone removes all the flyaways, because the image starts looking like when you talk about manufactured, it starts looking manufactured. It's a very real and raw image. It's potentially, I don't actually have a problem with the light. I think it's a lovely, gentle light. It probably is manufactured in the way that those two have been brought together for this portrait. But if that boy is acting right there, then send him to Hollywood, because it's very, very real for me. If when I get to that age, I hope that there's that love exists for me as well. I think it's incredible. So please join me up higher. I'm at 88.
Thank you, Richard. Judges, please rescore. And we have a solid silver at 83. Thank you, judges. Well done to the entrant. Could we have a blank screen, please? We're going to have a little judge change now. I'd like to, this time you can pop off for us, thank you. But don't go too far away. And I'd like to welcome to the panel Catherine Katanak, please. You all set, Catherine? Can we have the next print, please? We're just having a little musical interlude here. Through the. Okay. Excuse me, Russell, would you mind stepping in for Richard on this image, please? Thank you. You're amazing, thank you. Just a little reminder to the judges, if we could have our phones turned off, please. Thank you, Catherine, for filling the dead air there. That was amazing. What podcast was that, in case our listeners want to know? We have an average score of 76. And Tony Carter's got his hand out. Let's hear from Tony, the challenge.
Yeah, I'm on 82. I feel this is a very simple portrait, but it's just been captured so well. I mean, it's all those, it's very curvy. I mean, everything's curvy with attitude. I think the colours softly work well, but that pouty lip and face and attitude, that curve over the top and her curved body just sort of hugged in there, and just real attitude. Simple. I think it's been presented fairly well, very well actually, and I think it's easily a silver.
Thank you, Tony. Let's hear from Catherine, please. Catherine Katanak. Sorry, I've got two Catherines on the panel, sorry.
I gave this a 73. I think it has been beautifully presented, beautifully printed. Not sure what the recessed extra bit around it's quite adding. It seems a little bit jarring to me. I found myself a little distracted by the hand and the chopped off digits. I think she's possibly got it in her pocket there, but because it's a bit of a highlight, my eye was going from her face to the hand, and then I just found the hand a little bit clumsy. I agree that she's beautifully framed, and I totally agree about the strength of the gaze and the attitude. So yeah, probably a bit mean on 73. I'll be coming up into bronze, but would need a bit more persuading for silver.
Okay. Thank you, Catherine. Could we hear from the other Catherine, please? Catherine Williams.
Yeah, I was on 78, and I will come up into silver, low silver. What brings it up for me is the use of colour in this is really clever. The green, which is it feels a little bit sinister, but it's not overdone. It's quite subtle. It's in the shadow under her chin, it's in the shadow of the arch, and it's in the base of it as well. So it's quite well balanced with that. The overall feel of this, there is a bit of a contorted feel, and therefore the cutting off of the digits, it works with the overall feel of it. And in terms of the overall presentation, the space that we have to breathe, and then the matte, bringing it all in together, it's just beautifully presented, beautifully printed.
Thank you, Catherine. Let's put it back to Tony.
Yeah, I think everything's been said. I think this girl's probably every parent's nightmare, really. And I suppose that's what attracted me to it. She's just got that real attitude, like she's just not going to take it from anybody. And I love that, and her strength of character. Come up to silver if you can, please.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Tony, have you put your score back in? Well done, judges. We have a silver at 80. Congratulations to the entrant. Could we have a blank screen, please? So thank you, Tony Carter and Catherine Williams. I'll just get you to hop off the panel for now. Thank you. And could we welcome back, please, Russell Hamlet and Joe Francis Moore, please. No, Joe's here, so we'll just wait for her for just for a wee second. Just give us a wee heads up if you're zooming out for a wee minute. We've actually got a lot of exclusions in this category, so we're going to have to chop and change. No, it's all good. It's not a problem at all. Could we have the next print, please? While the judges are looking at this print, C.R. Kennedy and Ilford are long-time supporters of the NZIPP, and we're very grateful that they're sponsoring the portrait category today. We're thrilled to have them as our sponsor of the student category and a major sponsor of the NZIPP Gala Dinner, so I hope you've got your flash outfits and masquerade masks all underway and under control for the big night at the end. And we'd really like to thank Ilford and CRK for their continued support of the photographic community. Thank you, Russell. Right, we have an average score of 74. It's professional standard. Our judges are very even on their scoring. Could we perhaps have a comment from Joe?
Sure, it's a lovely humorous moment. The fact that the main character, the dog that is escaping, is a bit out of focus is quite distracting. So perhaps a longer focal length might have aided that.
Thank you, Joe. Could we have the next print, please? On our judging panel at the moment, we have Russell Hamlet, Catherine Katanak, Richard Wood, Tanya Niwa, and Joe Francis Moore. I've just been handed a lovely bag of fruit bursts. If the judges are needing a little bit of a boost and a burst, we'll leave them on the table here for you. Please come and help yourselves. Thank you, judges. Excuse me. We have an initial score, 87, silver distinction. But we have a challenge from Russell.
We all obviously like it quite a lot. I've scored it 92. Just lovely gradation in it, and it just takes your eye. I just love how it's her furthest eye is just there. We go down. Actually, I can sort of see more in texture from here than I could up close. But even as we fall down into the frame, it falls away in detail. But there's still something just there, just to give us something to hang on to. And it all just leads to her face. And the luminescence of her skin is the most reflective element in the image, which allows that light to play on her face in such a way. And I just think it's beautifully crafted and just beautifully presented to us, and it just spoke to me at that level.
Thank you. Could we hear from Tania, please?
Yeah, I was on 84. I find this image absolutely stunning. The tones are very, very inviting, and yeah, the gaze is very powerful. And there's lots to explore within the image. I was just I left on 84 just because of the tight crop at the top. However, really excited to talk about this image and to consider going up.
Thank you, Tania. Richard?
Yeah, I think you've tempted me, Russell. I'm on 88. I guess I was looking for a little bit more narrative or an emotive content in there, but boy, just being able to print that for a start like that probably deserves a gold. It's just simply beautiful. And in terms of the crop, Tania, I think it's quite typical of it's like a fashion crop, like a magazine style crop. They often come close down to the head like that. I think it's quite stylistic for the theme. I've got nothing more to say. I mean, I can't take anything away from it really. So I've probably been a little bit wussy on 88. So yeah, I'll come up.
Back to you, Russell. Thank you.
Okay, so let's give this some serious thought, guys. Tanya, the crop is its strength because everything cascades down from there. Our eye is held by her at the top, and everything is just falling like a waterfall from that. It's just stunningly beautiful, and I don't think it's just a gold either. Richard's pointed out the craft of it, and let's stop trying to look for narrative and everything. Some things are just bloody beautiful to look at, and it's just exceptionally well done. Craft is incredible here. I think it's deserves even a high gold actually. I can't change my score, but it's garnered thought, and be brave with your fingers.
Well, you heard Russell. Be brave with your fingers, and let's go. We have a solid gold at 92. Congratulations to the entrant. Powerful discussion, guys. Let's have the next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have very even scoring. We have a silver award at 82. Thank you, judges. Can we have a comment from... Okay. Well, we can, but if you are going to challenge, you need to get your hand up really quickly and get out there, okay?
I was giving him a minute.
Yeah. Don't give him a minute, just get out there.
What a powerful portrait. She's just so beautifully contained and beautifully lit, and she's got this real feeling of sort of holding on to a breath, almost like holding on to a last breath, a last gasp of life. I scored at 86. And I would have gone higher, except I found the bricks at the back quite loud. I kind of wanted her to have a quieter space to sit in. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of power in her expression and the beautiful, beautiful lighting. It's got quite a lot of feeling and emotion for me, this picture. So I'd like to hear what other people are thinking.
Thanks, Jo. Could we hear from Catherine, please?
Don't you want to go to the lower level?
You're all very close.
No, I'd rather not.
Okay, perhaps from Tanya then, 74.
Yeah, I was in professional practice range of 74. Although there's a beautiful, quiet moment here, I think it could have been further strengthened if there was a tighter crop on the top, and I think that would have helped. And thanks for actually pointing out, though, that it's a woman. I thought it was actually a male figure. So I did enjoy exploring and finding some of the wording on the cap, the Sultan. So just to give it a little bit of reference to perhaps where this is. But yeah, it's just more the composition.
Okay. Thank you. Could we hear from Richard, please?
I don't want to get gender specific, but I did think it was a male. But it's a veteran of some sort. Whether that's war or service, I don't know. But this person is definitely in a contemplative state. But they're in a dark space looking out into the world. And I'm actually held by that crop and that negative space. For me, that negative space brings thought and a sense of this person being alone. And I found it there to be quite a tale in here, and it's about this person's past and contemplation. We have that beautiful diagonal line through the composition. It's almost that sense that there's maybe a little bit of trappedness or being trapped in that space by those bars, but for me that composition is definitely about the contemplation and that beautiful light that's coming through, being the outside world or possibly what's to come or what's even been in the past. But the wording on the hat, it talks of some sort of service. And I was at, Silver Distinction, 86.
Thank you, Richard. I think we'll go back to you, Jo, for a sum up, please.
I don't have a lot to add because Richard has summed it up so eloquently, but I do feel, Tanya, that the person, male or female or something in the middle, has been allowed the space, and I think that the photographer's been very deliberate in the amount of room they've given this person, and they've allowed them to feel lost in that space, and I think that's really evocative. So yeah, I encourage you all to come up to Silver Distinction.
Thank you, judges. If you can please rescore. Well done. We have a silver distinction at 85. Congratulations. Can we have a blank screen, please? Catherine, thank you, Catherine. I'll get you to pop off from the panel just for now. And could we welcome back Sarah Lee Cobb, please? Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 78. And we have a challenge from Russell.
I mean, I think this sits comfortably in the silvers myself. I mean, it's beautifully lit. It's detailed everywhere. Ordinarily, the hand under the chin facing the camera like that, it's a bit of a no-no. But I think it's been purposefully chosen here, and I think it adds a lot of strength and kind of a graphic almost to the image. So I just like how it falls from the expression to that, catching the light, the four fingers, and then sort of kind of balanced a little bit by the hand at the bottom. And all the textures are there, and the mood is there. And if the hand had been turned to the side, I think it would have been too mature for this subject. And so I kind of like the innocence of that clumsiness of the hand. When I say clumsy, I mean it in its ordinary sense for portraiture, but in this instance, I think it's quite strong. It's a beautiful little portrait, and I think it's a silver.
Thank you, Russell. Could we hear from Richard, please?
I place this at 74, a high professional standard. It is a very beautiful and detailed portrait. Russell, I agree with you. I was looking for more for the award range. I was grabbed very much by that neckline. It's given a lot of space and a lot of brightness for me. You know, just when I first saw that come up. I do enjoy the rawness of it. You know, it's not a glamour shoot. It's a boy. So I'm not going to get fussy about the way the clothing's presented. But for me, I beautiful detail, nice connection, and I truly believed it was high professional standard.
Thank you, Richard. Does anyone have anything else to add? Okay, it's back to you, Russell.
Well, you used lots of supportive, lovely words, Richard. So, no narrative required, nothing really. It's just beautiful and simple. And sometimes when there's a mood that's a little bit subdued, we might be feeling a little bit subdued about how we respond, but it doesn't mean it's not a wonderful piece of craft and a lovely representation of that individual. And I think we're just outside the silver. If we could just sneak inside the silver, that'd be nice.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Well done. We've squeaked it into a silver at 80. Congratulations to the entrant. Can we have the next print, please? Just a reminder, judges, just keep your comments really succinct. We're running... So we keep on time today. This is the final day of judging at the Iris Awards, so we have a little celebration at the end of today, I believe. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 79, and we have Russell out on a limb here. Let's hear from you.
I was a bit confused at first, but I not only do I really love the lighting and the movement and where our eye is drawn to, but this person only has one eye. I believe that this person only has one working eye. And I was a little bit disturbed by the pendant hanging not symmetrically below her, and I believe that that's part of the story of being out of balance. And I think this is an incredibly brave portrait of somebody who, that other eye has been put out of focus for a reason, and it doesn't look like the other eye either. So I just seeing the pendant, I was really confused by the pendant, and now I realise I think it's just a little narrative about not everything is perfect, as beautiful as we may be.
Thank you, Russell. Could we hear from Richard?
I was on 74. I saw the blurry patches as an effect, whether they've added that or they've shot through something, I don't know. But I found that the placement of one of those patches over her eye is more of an error and something that didn't need to happen because it pulled my attention. I just keep going back to the blurry spot over the eye, and it's just there's some nice light happening in there, but it's a very front-on portrait, and I'm feeling it's not as resolved as it could be.
Thank you, Richard. Joe, you've got some support for Russell there.
Yeah, I've put this in silver at 81. At first I was disturbed by the use of the blur technique as well. But then when I got closer, I read it as sort of a discussion or a statement on beauty standards and what it is to be a young woman in today's society. And there's bits of herself she hates. And those are the bits that the photographer has chosen to almost deform with the blurring. I think the photographer could have taken this a lot further. I feel like they're just scratching this image. I'd love to see them keep working this idea and keep sort of evolving it, really. I think if they'd managed to get a little bit more in there, I would have been looking at gold, but I definitely think it's deserved of a silver.
Thank you, Joe. Russell, could you sum up, please?
Richard, you know, the other eye is so sharp, and there's so much wonder in many parts of this image that the photographer is completely in charge of what they're trying to do. So maybe I overstepped it with saying she's only got one eye, but the fact the photographer has chosen to affect the other eye, if you like, to make us look at just the one eye, which is beautifully represented to us. I think there's a lot of thought gone into this image, and it's thought-provoking. So for that, I rewarded it with, you know, there's imagination and innovation, and I took it into the silver distinction at 86 for me personally.
Thank you, judges. Could we please rescore? And we have a solid silver at 81. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have the next print, please? Just for those of you listening at home, our scoring ranges today. A gold with distinction is from 95 to 100 points. A gold from 90 to 94. Silver with distinction sits between 85 and 89. A silver from 80 to 84. And our bronze awards from 75 to 79. Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 83. Are we happy with that? Happy with that? Very, very close. And we'll accept that score at 83. That's a silver award. And perhaps could we hear from Tania? Oh, no? Okay. Could we have a comment then perhaps from Sarah Lee?
Okay. Loving the colours in the image, in the movement, and the in-camera motion. Looking into it, because obviously we've got four clear characters, just looking for that narrative again in the figures and what they're doing in the movement. Can't really see much of a storyline there with that, and that's what's holding it back for me. But beautiful technique, wonderful colours, and congratulations on your silver.
Thank you. Can we have the next print, please? So remember to keep our comments nice and succinct, please, judges. We need to keep out to our time frame today. The critique and the feedback is very important for our entrance.
Thank you for your comments. No, I think it's in exactly the right way. It is obviously something from nature, from my dad. And it's, but we're not doing natural history. We don't have to tell a story of where it is placed and anything about its lifestyle. All we need to know is that it is a native, a natural object, and it is. You can't
Just want to have a shout out to my lovely assistant Belinda Pratt here today, who is wrangling all my lovely judges. Thank you, judges.
And it's the orange contrasts the blue background with the black silhouette. I think it's really striking. I think just one more points up into silver, not asking silver to center, just another couple.
Alrighty, we have an average score of 76, which is a bronze award, and we've got very even scoring from our judges. Could we perhaps have a comment for our entrant from Joe?
Sure. It's an interesting concept, but it feels a little bit like I can hear this man saying, "You want me to stand here and hold it like this? Is this right?" And it just doesn't feel authentic or genuine.
Thank you, Joe. Could we have a blank screen, please? Tania, thank you so much for being on the panel for us. We'd like to swap you out for a little while. And could we welcome back Catherine Williams, please? Sorry, judges, we just need to have a little swap. We're just going to lose Russell for a couple of minutes. So could I have Stacey join us, please? What did you want to put? Oh, you need Sarah Lee as well? Sorry, Sarah Lee. Do you want to use one of our... Do you want to use if you can stay there. And Lizzie, could we get you to pop back in, please, love? Do you mind being Russell for a few moments? Okay, it gives you free range on vocabulary, and he's really good at challenging. So make sure that arm's up nice and strong if you want to do it. Are we all happy? Sorry for the interruption. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. I've just had a little word in my ear from Honours about keeping to our time frame today. We're tracking really well, but we just don't want to slip behind. So, when you're ready, let's get those scores in. We have very, very even scoring. We have a bronze award at 76. Congratulations to our entrant. Could I have a comment, please, for the entrant from Catherine Williams?
Yeah, very interesting portrait of this character. I think to bring it up a little bit more, there's a lot of emphasis on his clothing. It's quite bright down there, so it's sort of taking me away from the expression on his face. In terms of pose with the smoke and his expression, it all works well together.
Thank you, Catherine. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 73, with all the judges scoring in a very similar range. Could we have a comment from Lizzie, please, for our entrant? High professional standard.
Yeah, such a sweet, delightful capture. Just watch your lighting, it seemed just a bit too flat.
Thank you, Lizzie. That's a lovely, succinct comment and very helpful for our entrant. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Right, we have an initial score of 77. And probably eyebrow raise from Richard over there. Could we hear from you, please? Your challenge.
Sure, I scored this at 83. Whilst it just looks like a cute moment with the family portrait there, there's a little bit more going on for me when I look at that, and there's a little bit more of a tale. There's this thing that happens with pets when a new family member is introduced and the pet kind of starts to become a bit second. And we've got the whole family's attention having a giggle and laughing at this toddler who's bent over, showing its bum. And then we've got the dog who is set behind that toddler and has its arm raised up and it's touching Dad and it's saying, what about me? Where's my attention? Hey, I'm still here. And for that reason, with that extra piece of narrative and that little tale in there, I enjoyed it. So I awarded it another step up with 83. And I'd like it if you guys could just give it that extra step up as well.
Thank you, Richard. Perhaps could we hear from Stacey, aka Russell?
Yeah, I gave this a 75. I really enjoyed the little moment between the family. I did actually miss the dog's arm on there, so thank you for pointing that out, Richard. I think probably because it does tend to blend quite into the background quite a lot. But I'm listening.
Thank you, Stacey. Perhaps someone from the middle there, Lizzie.
Yeah, I missed the dog's arm too, and now that I see that, I absolutely get that narrative that Rich is talking about. It's just the dog's like, hey, hang on a minute, what about me? I really enjoy that. So yeah, I'd like to see it come up into silver as well.
Thank you, Lizzie. Back to you, Richard.
Yeah, you're right. The dog does blend a bit into the background, and that's exactly what's happening. The poor guy. Come up, give it an extra punch. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Please rescore. You can or you can't? Oh, sorry. It's just buffering for a minute. Here we go. Well done, judges. We have a silver award at 81. Congratulations to the entrant. And can we have the next print, please?
I'm on 92. This is absolutely exquisite. How
Just want to have a little shout out to our team working hard behind the scenes for us. This wouldn't be possible without the help of all our beautiful and talented volunteers and our fabulous Honours Council. Thank you, judges. We have very even scoring with a bronze award at 75. Congratulations to our entrant. Could I have a comment from Joe, please, for our entrant?
It's a beautifully presented little image of this young lady. Just watch that you don't over-process these sort of photos, so her eyes look quite over-sharpened and over-whited.
That's a great tip. Thank you, Joe. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 80, a silver award, a very solid silver. Congratulations to our entrant. 80. Could I perhaps have a comment from Stacey?
Yeah, I really enjoyed obviously the movement and the colour tones of this image. Of the mat is gorgeous with that lovely inlay there. I'm just really drawn into that white area within the chest, and I couldn't quite. I didn't sit well with the expressions, particularly of the kind of the image on the right so much. So,
Okay, thank you, Stacey. Could we have a blank screen, please? And thank you, Stacey, for filling in for Russell. Russell, could we get you back on the panel, please? Just before you get too comfortable there. What, are you writing emails?
No, I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to say in my workshop today.
Okay, we're good to go. Can we have the next print, please? Can we have the next print, please? Can we have the next print, please?
And we get an initial score of 78, bronze award, and see what that's changed.
The laser focus of this eye really big. That eye alone, to me, is just so striking. It's circled with a little semicircle of white just to make it really pop out. It's all about that eye and that beak that's on the hump. Now, for the photographer,
We have very even scoring judges. We have a bronze award at 77. Congratulations to the entrant. And perhaps could we have a comment from Catherine Williams, please?
Sure. I applaud the photographer for the full frontal nature of this presentation. I'm not sure if the story is about this, but I feel like it's like an empty nester kind of a story. Where I feel that it could have been brought up further is the lighting is quite harsh, and the shadowing under the breast area is sort of quite distracting to the rest of the shape.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next image, please? Next print, please. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 75. We've got very even scoring. We set that as a bronze. Thank you. And could I have a comment from Lizzie?
Yeah, a great capture, great gaze that you've captured there on that boy showing off his scooter. Just watch your blacks and your whites. It's quite murky and muddy.
Thank you, Lizzie. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have initial score of 75. A bronze award. Thank you so much. Russell, could we have a comment from you for the entrant, please?
I liked it at a higher level than that, actually, but I'm happy with where it's at. The lighting, I just sort of got up there and I really love the story and it's really quite fun. It's well done, but the lighting around his ear, the gentleman's ear and his face is a little bit clumsy and otherwise well done.
Thank you. That's great comments. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have initial score of 76 bronze. And we have a challenge from Catherine Williams.
Yeah, I gave this an 81. There's something quite compelling about this. I don't know what it's about, and that doesn't matter to me at all. That eye is just really piercing, and then just seeing the details of the rest of the facial features, but quite subtly throughout. And then there's sort of the slightly darker but not overly dark, just really cocoons the facial area. I potentially did feel that the texture on the right-hand side was quite harsh, and that was what stopped me from going up further. But then ice is harsh and hard, so I get the overall feeling and aesthetic of it is successful. Also celebrated by the circular matting, which is working really well here.
Hear from you, please, Russell.
I'm just at the other end. I slipped it out of bronze, actually, professional standard. The white of the eye is just personally too much for me. I just think it's exacerbated by the rest of the tonality of the image. If that eyeball had been smack in the centre, that just would have gone bam, and we would have been drawn to the eyes as the photographer's trying to draw us to. I think when you are drawn to the eye in this instance, I don't think the eye is actually that well handled.
Thank you, Russell. Anyone have anything else to add? Catherine, it's back to you.
I don't have anything else to add. We'll see where it lands.
Okay. Thank you, judges. Please rescore. Not rescoring? Sorry. I did. And we have a solid bronze at 77. Thank you, judges. It's a great result for our entrant. Great comments. Can we have the next print, please? If you're joining us today and you want to look at doing something afterwards, make sure you go and check out our fantastic trade area with all our lovely sponsors, and try out some new gear, look at some new equipment, look at new papers, have a chat to our other suppliers. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 79. And Russell's got his hand up.
Well, we're going to have to make this decision either way. I just slipped into silver for me. Apart from the lovely design of it and everything, I just really enjoyed how even though we know it's a human, it became more human to me, if you like, in the central lit up circle where the folds of her waist turned it into almost that Rolling Stone emblem, with the tongue sticking out. I just gave it. Otherwise, it would have just been 5 circles, but it actually shows the humanity in it because it's a design. But that just became human to me. The folds of not fat or whatever, but how your waist, if you tip over, it joined up and gave it its interesting shape relative to the others. And for that, I like the humour of it, and I think it's just been well presented to us.
Thank you, Russell. Catherine, you're at the other end of the scale there.
Yeah, I was on 75. I appreciate your comment about the fold in the waistline there. Where I felt the aspects of it I did enjoy were the sort of the abstraction of the 3 different tones in here and how they'd been blocked to create the shapes. Where I wasn't seeing it as being quite as successful is there wasn't the space that I wanted in her right arm. Felt like it was a little far forward, and there wasn't quite the space around the head and the hat that I wanted created by her arm, so I felt like it wasn't quite finished. Maybe I'm being a little stingy. I'll listen to other judges.
Thank you, Catherine. Does anyone else have anything to add? All right, Russell, it's up to you.
All the arms folded. Catherine, I agree with you with those comments that you made as well, which is why I only slipped it into the silver, really, because otherwise it's a lovely concept and well done. The tightness of it towards the top, a little bit like that past image, it sort of allows those shapes to cascade sort of down or sort of fall down the image to the bottom. So I think it's more about that than perhaps the shape of the arms or the hat or the this or that. But I agree with your comments, and that's why I've scored it as just into the low silvers.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Russell. Please rescore. And we have a silver award at 81. Congratulations. Fantastic result. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We're all on the very even playing field there. We have a bronze award at 76. Richard, could we have a comment from you for the entrant, please?
It's a good design and great expression. Just watch when you've got those hard lines coming down through a head.
Thank you, Richard. Could we have the next print, please? Actually, could we have a blank screen for a moment, if you need a moment? We might just take this opportunity to do a judge change, seeing that we've got a wee bit of a wee delay in the back there. Could Lizzie and Catherine, thank you, down the end there. Could we welcome back to the panel Faru and Catherine Katanak, please? Okay, we just got a little delay at the moment, so just want to remind everyone to join us tonight for the awards wrap party. This is thanks to a major sponsor, Sony. It's a great way to celebrate the end of the judging for 2023, and it's actually here, I think. And it includes the live announcement of the 2023 category finalists. And if you've got any questions about that, pop and see Amanda on the NZIPP stand out there. I believe there'll be drinks and nibbles and possibly a quiz night, from what I can gather. Sounds very exciting. While we've got a little bit of a gap here, we are good to go. I've got the thumbs up from our team out the back. So can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have very even scoring. We have a professional standard at 73. Perhaps if we could have a comment from Catherine.
There's a really beautiful delicacy about this and a lovely simplicity, lovely connection between the boy and the dog. I feel that it could have been stronger with a little bit more energy in both of the poses. This is all about that ball about to be thrown for the dog, and the dog's kind of interested but not really, braced there, and that would have elevated it for me.
Thank you, Catherine. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 78, and we have a challenge from Joe.
Oh, I thought this one was really quite moving. I love how you've got the proper portrait where he is just sitting there pretty much looking like he's being told to do something and he's doing what he's told. But the reflection is just, there's so much sort of questioning and curiosity and almost some sadness coming through in that expression for me. And then with the raindrops just sort of adding to that feeling of down and sad and sort of a dark. And I think it's really quite interesting with the age of this child. He looks like he's around 11, 12. It's just quite a tricky age of sort of self-doubt and self-questioning. And I feel like the photographer has managed to capture that really beautifully.
Thank you, Joe. Could we hear from Faru, please?
I give it 73 because I gave that sad feeling from the boy in the left side of the image. But when I look at the reflection in the mirror, I couldn't get that sad feeling. It was like it just kind of set up to get the best reflection. But I think I'm really, I feel like I'm a bit shy. I want to come up a bit higher. Would love to listen.
Thanks, Faru. Russell, you're in support of Joe there. Could we hear from you, please, with your score?
I actually had this in silver distinction. I mean, they're two different portraits, really. And the thought, the idea of the reflection's great, but they're two different portraits. I just love how they've taken the moisture off in front of one eye and the one at the back there, just to let us get into him a little bit more. And that just, in a very quiet, dark sort of grey way, it allows us to look into his soul a little bit more in the distance. And I'm actually more interested in the portrait in the distance than the stronger one in the front. And we have that sort of diaspora there with the heat and the quiet. And there's just two lovely ways of presenting the same individual. I think it's very, very clever. I gave it an 86.
Thank you, Russell. Anybody have anything else to add? Okay, Joe, back to you.
Thank you for your words there, Russ. When I went and had another look, I could see that there's almost tears coming out of the boy at the back's left eye. The way that the moisture has come down, you're getting this long line of what looks like tears. And I actually really love the fact that this hasn't been over-egged. It's very easy when you photograph children to have them be too much or perform for you or just kind of be a bit clownish in their expressions. And this is quiet. It's just beautifully quiet, and it allows us to feel into that little boy's little soul. And I think it's moving, and I'm a bit embarrassed that I've given it an 82, and I encourage you all to come up.
It's great talking, Joe. Thank you, judges. Could we please rescore? And well done. We have a silver at 80. Congratulations to the entrant. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have very even scoring with a bronze award at 76. Congratulations to our entrant. Joe would like to give a comment to our entrant. Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely felt this deserved an award for the design elements and the incredible paper choice, which unfortunately the viewers at home probably can't see. But when you get in, it's stronger as an architectural shot than it is as a portrait. The girl in the middle, she doesn't really have enough light on her face for us to really feel or see anything of her personality.
Thank you, Jo. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 83, but we have a challenge from Richard Wood.
I'm sitting at a 93, solid gold, because this image made me feel really uncomfortable. It's the extreme use of green, like it's very cinematic, and green is designed in the cinema to make you feel very uncomfortable. For me, this is like a hubble bubble, toil and trouble. This is a real life Macbeth witch, and she's been through. There's a lot of tail on just her face. She's had things cut from her face. There's scarring there. I sense there could be some alcohol problems with the nose. I can see her life inscribed in her arms. She's framed. I mean, look at the composition. It's just, it's so gross that it makes me, just that use of green and that cattle beast. And it's like an algae, like a slime. And as I said before, like, I could see her sitting around the cauldron with, but she's real. And how much more real does it have to get? Like, I've never seen a character like this, and I'm just fascinated and disturbed at the same time.
Thank you, Richard. Could we hear from Catherine?
I gave this 77, so strong bronze, and I think I probably underscored it. I think this really captured my attention and it got me thinking, so I that's what makes me think I've underscored, I want to come up. Agree, very strong use of green, agree, very interesting character, but I guess for me the entire thing isn't, she's a great character, but I'm not sure what's being said about her. I find her expression a little discordant with the green. She sort of seems to be smiling. She's not really looking at the camera. I'm not really getting a sense of what the photographer is saying about this interesting character, I guess. And I'm glad you've challenged it, and then we can talk about it. And I think I will be coming to silver, but to go beyond that, I need to hear a little bit more about the narrative here.
Thank you, Catherine. We're going to hear from Russell and then from Faru.
Rich, I enjoyed it as well. I'm in silver distinction. The narrative is not enough for me to lift it into gold, I don't think. But it's a really compelling piece of sort of humanity, I guess, and there's a big story in there. What it is, I don't know. But it's gritty and it's emotive. So for that, I gave it what I did, which was 86.
Thank you, Russell. And from Faru, please.
I give it 77 because I was very confused first what exactly I'm looking at and what's the personality of this character, why there is a big skeleton there. And I wanted to discover the relationship. Maybe she's a hunter, maybe she's she's a person actually. I don't know, like I don't know what the skeleton is. Maybe it's a shark. I don't know. It because she's like sitting in a ship. It's to support to support to the image. I think we are actually looking to a strong portrait of a hunter without telling much, but by putting a grunginess, a rough texture, a very weird skeleton, weird color palette. I've definitely come up, not sure about 90, but yeah, maybe silver with distinction.
Okay, back to you, Richard. Thank you.
The skull's a cattle beast, and it's if she was a hunter, that skull would be clean and up on the wall, but it's not. She's a witch, and that thing's been lying in the ground. She lives in a very damp and cold environment, and the narrative of the story that you're looking for is she's had a love, whether that person's still around. His name was Larry. She's been in and out of prison at least 3 times because I can see 3 spider webs tattooed into her. She's had cancer. She's had a rough life. She drinks to oblivion because the remnants of that is showing, and that growth, that the way that nose is portrayed. But there is, if you look close enough to that grunge and that uncomfortableness, even though she's probably a hunter, I think she might have hunted people, but if you look in those eyes, they're blue, and there is a sense of kindness in there as well. And there's that little smile. So there's 2 sides to this. And to say that there's no narrative in here, I think, is you're not looking at her enough. It's all over her. And that's why I'm awarding it a solid gold, because there's so much story here. A portrait, this is a portrait category, and a portrait is to illustrate the sense of somebody. Not just what they look like, but about their character and who they are and their tale. And you have everything here. I don't understand why I'm on my own, but I encourage you to come up.
Thank you, Richard. Made an impassioned case here. Let's rescore. We have a strong silver distinction at 88. Congratulations to the photographer. And could we have a blank screen, please? Thank you, Catherine Katanak. I'll get you to pop off. And could we welcome back Amber Griffin, please? Let's wait for Amber to log in. And we're all good to go. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We all see this image quite similarly. We have a professional standard at 73. Could we have a comment from Russell, please?
It's a people section, and yes, it's a person, but I don't see any information about the person, and it's just not resolved for me in that way.
Thank you, Russell. Could we have the next print, please? Just a little bit of background about our sponsors today for our people at home. Ilford was formed from humble beginnings in 1879 when Alfred Hugh Harman began making gelatine dry plates in the basement of his house in Ilford, UK. The Ilford name has remained one of the oldest and most established in the photographic industry, and Harman's legacy continues in more than just a name. Amazing, thank you. Thank you, judges. Right, we have an average score of 78, which is a bronze award. We happy with that? Happy with that, judges? We've got some discussion on the panel here. Jo's popped her hand up for the challenge. Let's hear from you.
I've given this an 84. I just find it really intriguing, and it's so clever the way they've flagged and used all the shadows to sort of ask us to look at both who this person is and who this person isn't. I feel like it leaves me with lots of questions, and I'm quite fascinated and drawn into that. So yeah, I'd like to hear what other people have to say.
Thanks, Jo. Could we hear from Faru? You're at the other end of the scale there.
For me, this is kind of the portrait that you really, when you see it, you say, wow, it's really nice. There's something interesting happening there. But when you're going closer a bit, see it a bit closer, you find out there are lots of detail, there are lots of error happen, especially like the light is not really well handled on the face, and there is some patchiness happen. I really enjoyed the rim light around the subject. It's perfectly done, but it's cropped so tight, so it's just like the portrait really need to breathe. But I'm listening, Jo.
Thanks, Faru. Could we hear from you, Russell?
I squeaked it into the silvers as well. There's a lot of control there. The only reason I didn't go a little bit higher, it's the shadow has allowed a little bit of his nose to be seen on the light side, and I think that little bit of lack of control right there, even though it's tiny, is why I kept it in the low silvers. But otherwise, I think it's to be rewarded for its idea and how it presents a person. The fringe line, the shape of the head, the rim lighting, as Faru has mentioned, it's all kind of austere, it's tight and it's clean, and I think the expression doesn't mess with that, and so I think it's a really good idea.
Thank you, Russell. Back to you, Jo.
Yeah, I think Russell has basically summed it up there. There is an awkwardness and there is a tension with that super tight crop at the top, but I feel like that aids the photo when normally I feel like it wouldn't. But in this case, I feel like it just asks me more questions about this person and asks me to come in closer and look at their eye. So yeah, I'd love it if you guys could see your way to squeak it up till silver.
Thank you, Jo. Judges, can we have some rescoring, please? Right, so we have a review at 79. So judges, you'll need to decide whether you want a silver at 80 or a bronze at 79.
Not there yet.
Yeah, it's coming. I knew you would say that. You got it out before I even had the chance to. And we have a bronze at 79. Congratulations to the entrant. Well done. Can we have the next print, please? Same vintage, Russell.
I totally missed the replication, so yeah, that is a little bit disappointing. I think the design and the layout is still very clever.
Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 75 with very even scoring. Congratulations to the entrant. Could we have a comment from Richard, please?
Yeah, good environmental editorial style portrait. Just watch your highlights. There's a very, very strong one on her hand that doesn't need to be there.
Thank you, Richard. Could we have the next print, please?
For me, I saw the colours of the landscape really from the green grass through to the sand, through to the shoreline, through to the sunset. And then the techniques obviously broken into squares. And I'm wondering whether this is
Thank you, judges. We have an initial score. We have a score of 81 with very even scoring. That's a silver award. Congratulations to the entrant. Perhaps we could have a comment from Joe.
I applaud the photographer for the connection they've obviously created with this subject, for allowing them to take such an honest portrait. I did feel like the mattress itself was so competing with the man that I found it actually quite hard to come in and find his face and feel his expression.
Thank you, Joe. Could we have the next print, please? We have an average score of 72 with very even scoring, judges. We'll accept that score. And could we have a comment perhaps from Amber?
This is a lovely shot of a gorgeous little boy, or girl, I'm not sure, in a lovely environment. Just be very careful that horizon lines don't intersect with somebody's head. It's very distracting.
Thank you, Amber. Fantastic comments for the entrant, please. Thank you. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Again, very even scoring. We have a professional standard at 70. Could we have a comment from Faru, please? Helpful comment for our entrant,
The moment
please.
captured very well. I really encourage photographer to think about different lighting setup to add more drama and depth to the image.
Thank you, Faru. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 72 with very even scoring again. Russell would like to give our entrant a comment.
Obviously, our eyes are drawn to the woman's top, and it's a skin tone oriented exercise. Perhaps the gentleman could have reached across it and covered that up, and we would have been just looking at that. So it's taken our eye.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have the next print, please?
I gave it a 96. The reason I gave it a 96 was the conflict between the brutality of the outside perimeter of the room and the gentle beauty of the sunset. And the colours that work together because of that contrast. The journey that it took me on to be there, sharp,
Thank you, judges.
and then the absolute joy of seeing through that whole portal out into the world. Cold and warm at the same time.
We have a bronze award at 76. Congratulations to our photographer. Could we have a comment, please, from Russell?
I squeaked it into bronze, right on the money. I'm a little bit confused, not confused, but I just don't quite enjoy the shadow that's cast on the one side there. It hasn't quite given her face the shape it might otherwise have been. It's neither Rembrandt nor cut off. It's sort of an interesting place where it's cut off for me for her face. So I didn't find that quite as attractive as it otherwise might be, especially with the proximity to the mouth.
Thank you, Russell. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 73. Could I have a comment from, perhaps from Faru for our entrant, please?
Great tonality. I really enjoyed the half bottom of the image, but I think the sky is a bit busy and takes so much attention away from the subject and landscape.
Thank you, Faru. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. All right. We have a silver distinction at 85, but we have a challenge from Joe.
Whoa, this one is so powerful. This is just the whole story of what the next chapter of this poor woman's life is like. I think this is the thing that all married couples dread, the end of life where you've got to look after them and become the nursemaid. But what I really love about this image is it could have been done in such a way that we were just told to be sad. But everything in it is warm. They've obviously had a rich life full of love. There's all these things and colours that tell us that it's been good. It's been a great life. But now they're at the end, and the end is hard. And she is sitting there right at the front, slightly out of focus, and you just know that it's all about what she's going to have to go through next. And I find it really moving.
Okay, could we hear from Amber, the other end of the scale?
I was down the other end on a solid bronze on 77. I really get the emotive qualities of the image, and I just feel that there was so much going on, and I was also very distracted by the little bit of sky in the top left-hand corner. My eye just kept going up to that, but I'm certainly listening, Joe.
Thank you, Amber. You've got some support from Russell there, Joe, so can we hear from Russell?
Amber, well pointed out with the sky, and I'm really disappointed that snuck in there. And I've still scored this 93, because I would have scored it higher if that wasn't there. The other comment that you made about all the detail, that is a tapestry. I'm not even going to get into the emotive content of the image. I actually had tears in my eyes, to be honest with you, because my mum's in a dementia home at the moment, and I can sort of see what age does to us, and if it wasn't for that little bit of sky, I'd be high gold, because there's so much information in there about their living environment, what they've been together, the empty bed next to him, her seeing it coming, not just for him but for her as well. It's really quite a beautiful portrait.
Thank you, Russell. Does anyone else have anything to add? Joe, would you like to sum up for us, please?
Sure. I didn't even see the sky, so I think it's really, truly irrelevant. The expression on this woman's face, she's not only resigned, but she's also kind of pissed off. But what really gets it for me is that empty bed next to him. She doesn't even get to sleep in her own bedroom anymore. She has to play nursemaid and stay in this, what looks like a bloody uncomfortable bed next to this old guy, and change his nappies and feed him for the rest of her days. The sense of trappedness in this photo, combined with all the things that show they've had this life that was worth living, a life full of love and colour. I just really applaud the photographer for all the choices they've made to bring us such a powerful story. And I feel like I might have been stoogey on 92. I want you guys to bring it up to gold.
Thank you, Joe. Judges, can we please rescore? Congratulations to the entrant. We have a gold at 92. Thank you, judges. Can we have a blank screen, please? We are just going to do a judge change here. Richard, thank you so much. If you'd like to pop off, and could we welcome back Tony Carter? Joe, thank you. If you can hop off, and could we have Catherine Katanak, please? And last but by no means least, could we, Amber Griffin, if you want to hop off, thank you, and could we have Sarah Lee Cobb back? Right, can we have the next print, please? Just missing somebody. Thanks, Sarah Lee. And we have a bronze award at 75. Congratulations to our photographer. Could we have a comment, please, from maybe from Catherine?
Yeah, I had quite an emotional reaction to this in the sense that it just really made me laugh. I think this is a rather gorgeous little portrait of what I take it's two sisters, and I think it probably hasn't gone higher because it's the humour in it is the main thing. You know, there's not really more to take it higher than that. But I just do feel it's been done quite well. Like the actual placement somehow of the fake eyes on each face. It's not just slightly amusing, but it sort of adds, it creates these other really strong little characters. So I really enjoyed it, and well done on your award.
Thank you, Catherine. Could we have the next print, please? Sorry, thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 78, but we have a challenge from Catherine Cadnack.
I gave this 81 because I find it a really interesting image in that I think the photographer has done a really clever job of giving us a really cool combination of softness and harshness and quirk. They've got the out of focus softness in front of this person. We've got flowers, which are usually associated with prettiness. And then the flower is so creepy with their eye. It's really strongly creepy. We've got armpit, we've got elbow coming towards us, and then we've got the torso with that jarring, the rib bone sticking out there. So those could be seen as faults, but for me, I kind of travelled around the image and found these areas of discord. And I just really enjoyed the combination of that with the softness that you would normally get from this. So I found it kind of intriguing. I just gave it an 81. I just think it's beautifully printed. So I would like to get this over the line into silver.
Thank you, Catherine. Could we hear from Faru, please?
Catherine, I give it 73 because of the softness and the muscle of the body of the woman. And the flower, it's just really cool concept. But I think that the lighting is getting flat I don't know what is it, but whatever is in front is blur and it's flat, and we almost lost details on it, and it actually blocked the body as well. So it just, for me, it's really dominant, and my eyes just goes exactly in the center of the image, and I can't see anything there. So, but I'm listening, Catherine.
Thanks, Faru. Sarah Lee's waving her hand down there. Let's hear from you.
Yeah, I scored this an 82. I was up there with Catherine. It's a really intriguing image to me. I see a female bodybuilder. I see flowers over her eyes representing flowers, beauty, sight, looking for beauty, representing beauty with the muscles and the bodybuilding and all that. And then I see this big blur of anonymity going across the body, A, for modesty, but also just wavering those lines between what beauty should be, what it is, and just bringing a whole lot of conversation around that sort of narrative. I do love it. To bring it up, I would like to see a little more contrast. I mean, that background's so dark, to have a punch into those flowers and really draw us back to that and away from that big blur, I think would elevate it too. So.
Okay, thanks, Sarah Lee. Back to you, Catherine, to wrap it up, please.
This image had enough punch for me. I do agree there's little detail in the front of the body, but I guess for me that's part of that story about the obscured and the softness versus those quirky pieces that I pointed out earlier. So I guess we're down to a difference of opinion. Great commentary, Sarah Lee, thank you. I'm really glad to hear that you're up there with me, and I know we're not totally alone here. Yeah, let's see if we can get it over the line for this photographer.
Thank you, judges. Could you please rescore? It's a powerful conversation. We have an 80 Silver Award. Congratulations to our photographer. Well done. The next print, please. Just had a little reminder popped in here to just to mention again about the award wrap party tonight is on from 7 o'clock. Thank you to Sony. They're here today on their stand, and you need to see a young man or a nice man called Aaron and the team, his team there today to get your drink voucher. Only one, so don't be greedy, don't take more than one, for tonight. So that's see Aaron and the team on the Sony stand in the trade show. They're one of our major sponsors, so we're very grateful for them for that. And also to make sure you wander down and have a look at the print exhibition just past Judging Room 3. People might not realise the rest of the prints are down there to see some of the amazing award-winning work. Thank you, judges. Again, very even scoring. We have a bronze award on 78. Congratulations to our photographer. Could I have a comment, please, perhaps from Tony Carter?
Excellent paper choice. Beautiful warmth in this gentleman's face. When you're presenting a head and shoulders shot for awards, quite often it can only go so far because there's limited information. And also, when somebody's face is pointing towards you and the eyes aren't, it gives you a bit of a sense of unease as well.
Thank you, Tony. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 74. May we just have the print back, please? We're keeping good for time, but that was just a little bit quick, thank you. Sorry, we have a bronze, I'm all flustered now, a professional standard at 74. Could we have a comment, please, from Russell?
Just for me, a shapely woman, but most of her shape is in her bottom, and the shadows have done no favours to that. If we're going to be all about it, that's what it was about, I think, and the lighting could have been just a little bit better handled.
Thank you, Russell. Can we have a blank screen for a moment, please? Sorry guys, we just have a little technical issue we just need to sort out at the back there. So just while we're filling in time, Russell, you mentioned before you've got a workshop this afternoon, so would you like to tell us a little bit about that?
Wish I knew. No, it's about pricing and marketing. And we're going to help people with that. A lot of it's about self-belief, and as photographers and creators, often we kind of find it hard to get that. So we are in the selling game. We cannot forget that we are in the selling game. Everything we do about our photography is selling, but it begins with selling to yourself. And once you've sold to yourself successfully, then you can sell it to your alliance, and then you can sell it to your customer, and away we go. So we're going to work on that line.
Fantastic. Right, I think we're sorted. Thank you for that, Russell. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 77, a bronze award, and we have a challenge from Tony Carter.
Yeah, I'm on 84. I think the balance of this is hugely successful. I mean, where the photographers caught these people and frozen their motion has just worked extremely well. The sense of blue through there with the main central boy with his togs right in the middle, and just their expressions are quite good, and it's just an everyday thing captured at a high level. I think the brightness of the image works really well for this sunny day and happy nature, and I think it's something that's real. It's caught literally in motion, so I've given it an 84.
Sorry, thank you, Tony. Could we hear from Russell, please?
I scored this 73, and I'm comfortable there with that still. It is a sense of timing. For me personally, I think the timing could have been a little bit better. Also, I think the clash of the boy's head with the bush in the background doesn't work for me. And otherwise, I sort of don't find it that remarkable, really.
Thank you, Russell. Can we hear from Faru? Thank you.
Oh, sorry. I do love this image because of the beautiful reflection of the water, the color palette, the motion and expression captured well. But the leg of the father is positioned a bit awkward and it's uncomfortable. That dragged my attention all the time to it. And the hair of the mother, because it's the most darkest area of the image, I know it's just kind of covered the body. Maybe she's not really comfortable being in front of camera. I don't know. But it's because it's too dark. Again, it's just something like a little dominant things there.
Thank you, Faru. Could we go back to Tony, please?
Yeah, I agree that the parents there do look a little bit awkward, and that's why it's not a higher award for me. I think the timing of it is impeccable, Russell. I mean, where would you rather they were placed? In the water? Under the water? They're suspended, and I think that's what I've really enjoyed about this. At least come up a little bit, guys. Pretty please.
Okay, guys, we have a very impassioned plea there from Tony. The initial score was 77, bronze. Could we please rescore? All right, guys, let's just stretch this out a little bit further. We have a challenge, a review on 79. So we need to decide whether you would like it as a silver at 80 or a bronze at 79. Sorry, the system's just a wee bit slow. Oh, you gave it your best shot, Tony. We have a 79 bronze award. Congratulations to our entrant. Great talking there, guys. Could we have our system's running a little bit slow, so could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 76. Congratulations to our photographer. Could we have a comment, please, from Catherine?
Nice little moment, you know, in the middle of this Girls We Vogue fashion shoot. And I think, you know, it says something about what kids do as soon as they get a little break from anything at all. I think this probably could have come higher if the bag hadn't been quite so close to the bottom of the frame. It's quite a prominent colour thing that captures your eye, and then for me that's really competing with her face and the phone.
Thank you, Catherine. It's very helpful for our photographer. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 70. Could we have a comment for our entrant, please? Let's maybe hear from Sarah Lee.
This is a lovely everyday portrait of a little girl, and I think with that in mind, when working towards awards level images, creativity, ingenuity, making your goal to create something that's really different and unique and that hasn't been seen before. This would sell really well to clients, but just working on that initiative for award level images.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Could we have a blank screen, please? Can we put in Joe? Okay, so Russell, could you take a little break for us, please? Tony, I'll get you to hop off for a little while, and Sarah Lee as well. And could we welcome back, please, Tania, Joe, and Lizzie? It's really important if you're leaving the room that you need to let us know. Please let us know if you're leaving the room, judges. We've got a lot of exclusions in this category, so we've got a lot of juggling to do. We're feeling like circus performers over here. Thank you, Lizzie. Are you logged in over there? Thank you. And can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 76, a bronze award. And we'll accept that for our entrant. That's a bronze. Congratulations to our entrant. Could we have a comment, please, from Catherine?
This is a beautiful print, beautiful landscape. I think potentially it could have gone higher if there'd been slightly different pose. For me, she looks very stiff, and there's a lot of tension in those legs and the feet, but then the outstretched arm sort of suggests relaxation, and the hand that kind of comes from nowhere over her torso is a little jarring.
Thank you, Catherine. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a silver distinction at 85, but Catherine Cadnack has her hand out for a challenge.
I gave this 93. Beautifully presented set of images here that are telling us a real story. I'm not entirely sure whether this is the same person throughout, but I don't really know that it matters. For me, each one of the, and there are obviously studies in these hands, each one is telling me a story of a different stage of a person's life. And in the first one, we've sort of got the jacket looking kind of dressed up like for some sort of event or something, and we've got the idea of age, the hand to the mouth, they could be about to say something. I'm not, that one gives me that kind of vibe, and then you're heading into religion, ill health, the old age home potentially in the third one. The fourth image is kind of interesting. It's a sense of a moment, and that the open mouth, I find that quite intriguing. The bruising on the hand, you know, this is what happens to old people. Bottom middle image, we've got the relationship, the importance of the animals, and then on the bottom right, after the medical procedure, you know, it's talking about all of the experiences that this person or these people go through. So it's really very clever, beautifully presented. The mat itself is unusual, and I initially thought, was that a little bit distracting? And I thought, no, you know, it's all bringing this beautiful artwork. The rounded corners on the frames, again, it's actually working for me to create a real little piece of art that, yeah, tells so much. So.
Thank you, Catherine. You've got quite a little bit of support there, but I'd like to hear from Tania.
I was on silver with this one at 82. There's nothing actually to bring down for me, so I don't want to talk about anything negative at all, because it is very creative, and I think it's quite exciting to be so challenging to judge, actually. I think it was just the questions for me were, is it a husband and wife, or is it a series of different people? I was just curious, and that's good that we get to chat about that. But yeah, it's very fascinating and really, really powerful.
Thank you, Tania. You've got a little bit of support there, Catherine, from perhaps Farouk. Could we hear from you?
Catherine, I totally agree with you, and I believe that hands is the one of the main important part of the body. Actually, show the character of the person, and photographer very well handled to show each of these hands has their own personality, own religious, their own softness, their own passion. It's beautifully done. But when it comes, I was talking, I gave it 83, and I really wanted to come up, but the thing that just make me to not come higher, perhaps you can help me, is because the photographer asked for a very specific presentation, and the material actually it used, it has softness. It's not really working with the roughness and the history of the hand. That's just make me to sit back, but I'm hearing.
Okay. Thanks, Faru. Does anyone else have anything they'd like to add? Joe?
I definitely read it as all the same person's hands, and I guess I just felt like I would like to be left with a little bit more of a way to connect with this, because I feel like the photographers, the story just feels very obvious, and I want sort of to be left to sort of find something in it myself, or to ask a few more questions. I've given it an 83, and I'm quite happy with it in silver. I might come to silver distinction, but I just feel like it's just, we're just being told, here are the hands, here are the stories of the hands, and I guess I just wanted to be able to have more of a connection or a question for myself when I looked at it.
Thank you, Joe. And just finally from Lizzie.
Yeah, I think I'm up there with you, Catherine. What this told me is the images surrounding the image with the cat. I feel a really vulnerable and guarded person. The way that the hands are covering, they're covering the face. They're up here, holding the hand like that. The coldness of the steel on the arm thing, and then it's all circled around this wonderful tender moment of the cat. And I think the warmth of that, the way it's presented on the mat, and the warmth and softness of the mat really draws you in, and with the colour tones draws you into that one image that's just says so much about this person and the personality. Yeah.
Thanks, Lizzie. Can we bring it back to Catherine now, please? Sum up.
Thanks very much, Lizzie. Really well said. Joe, I don't think we are being presented with everything here. As I said at the beginning, I have some questions about what's going on with some of the hands to the mouth there, and it feels like there's a moment I don't really know. I'm quite intrigued by it. It's not giving me all the answers. Faru, you talked about the roughness of the hands. I think they're actually really delicately handled, and there's a softness and a fragility and a tenderness in these images. I think that they're not only, we have seen hands before to show, oh, this is an old person, they must have had an interesting life. This goes well beyond that for me, because we're not just not understanding about their personality, but we're understanding about the story of their life and the moments in their life. So it's not just, about them. I think the hands are beautifully placed, as Lizzie said, over the mouth there, but also you're getting the beautiful triangle there, which is bottom left, bottom right coming down, and then the top hands coming up. This has actually been really, really well laid out as well. And I think the warmth of the mat is reflected in the warmth of the images. That for me, this person has suffered, and I love what you said about the cold metal in the top right image there. So they've suffered, and it's kind of sad, but it's also tender, and I think that is where the warmth of the mat comes in. So for me, this is all gelling. Really like to see it in gold.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, can you please rescore? Well done. We have a gold at 90. Congratulations to our photographer. That's fantastic talking, judges. That's amazing. We'll accept that score. And yes, and could we have a blank screen? Could we have a blank screen, please? Okay, thank you, Joe. Could we get you to pop off just for now, and could we welcome back Tony Carter, please? Do you want to leave Faru? Okay. And thank you so much, Faru. Could we welcome back Richard Wood, please? Thank you, guys. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 72. Could we have a comment for the entrant, perhaps from Richard?
I kind of found possibly more stylistic, styling or product photography more than a portrait. Just watch your separation due to those highlights around the outside, especially on the left.
Thank you, Richard. Could we have the next print, please? Can we get Joe to... Joe, do you mind just stepping in for a moment, please? Sorry, we're just having a little judge change here where a judge has seen an image come up and they feel that they would like to step off from the panel. So we have Joe Francis Moore stepping in for Catherine. No, that's fine. We have an average score of 73, professional standard. Could we have a comment from Tania, please, for our entrant?
Yeah, just the focus of the strong light on the frills of the sleeve just can compete against the person, and the all the space at the top just draws our eye out a little bit much, and the background does compete a little bit too much with the, with the person.
Thank you, Tania. Could we get Joe? Would you mind just hopping off again for us, and welcoming back Catherine? And can we have the next print, please? And we have a professional standard at 72. Could we have a comment for our entrant from Lizzie, please?
Yeah, I really like the concept. Just watch with the lighting on the face. It needs a little bit more of the whites and the brights. It's quite murky.
Thank you, Lizzie. Could we have the next print, please?
the dominance of that front is just taking away from what is actually happening. I really enjoy the right-hand side where you've got that you're able to separate the context of the background from the wall.
Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 75. And we'd like a comment from Catherine for our entrant, please. Congratulations to our photographer.
This is really fun, and I think any parent of a reader has probably seen this and really can relate to it. It's really cool. I think there's some of the images here are stronger than others. I really like that top centre one. That's fantastic. In order to elevate this, I think need to finish with a strong image that the boy is a little bit close to the top of the frame there, and also maybe just watch some of your highlights. It's getting quite hot on the legs and chest there.
Thank you, Catherine. Could we have a blank screen, please? Right, so it's the game of Catherines today. Could I swap Catherine Catnap for Catherine Williams, please? Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have very, very even scoring. There's only about a point between all of you. We have a silver at 83. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment, please, from Richard?
Yeah, beautifully printed, and really enjoyed that the two sides from the grit of this gentleman who almost looks like he's possibly come from the street, and that little glimp of hope with the sunflower. Everything's treated beautifully.
Thank you, Richard. Can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. Right, we have an average score of 79. Richard,
Yeah,
do we have a challenge from you?
Yeah. I awarded this as a silver, and I know I'm not alone, at 83. I did it for its absolute simplicity. You know, this girl is holding that piece of, I don't know if it's foam, and the way that that shape comes up from the darkness at the bottom and through, it's like this lily shape. It's just, to me, it couldn't be more perfect the way I'm seeing it. And then it opens up where her face is, so she's looking over the top there. And for me, it was all about those elegant lines. It's beautifully lit, it's beautifully printed. Surely, yeah, silver. I don't see it at bronze at all.
Thank you, Richard. Could we hear from Catherine?
Yeah, I was on 78, so I am pretty close. The things that were holding it back for me was the brightness through her chest area, also where the light dissects through her face on the right-hand side, and the sort of the balance of the abstraction with the literal interpretation, with that hand coming in. I felt that that hand probably didn't really need to be there. All of that said, as I pull back from it, I appreciate her expression more and more, and there's a real beauty in her expression, so I'm more than happy to bring it up a few points.
Thank you, Catherine. You got some support there from Lizzie.
Yeah, for me, it was the hand that actually brought me up into the silver and the symbolism of the element drooping down on the side, and then she's holding it up, the other side, she's holding it up with her hand. And to me, that tied in the expression on their face of that little bit of sadness. But it's very simple, but it does actually give you a sense of a story there and the symbolism of the hand. So yeah, I mean, it's, I think, for a silver, definitely.
Thank you, Lizzie. Just back to you. Sum up, Richard, please.
It's the line coming through next to her face. It's not too bright for me. I think it's fine, and the face is still brighter than the chest. I'm happy with that. It's just simplistic beauty for me. It's handled in such a gorgeous way, and I agree about the hand. I think the hand is very supporting.
Thank you, Richard. Judges, please rescore. We have a silver award at 82. Congratulations to our photographer. Can I just have a blank screen for a moment? Just going to have a little change of panel chair for a moment, and I'm going to hand you over to the lovely Jean-Marie.
Good morning. Can we please have the next image? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 75, which is bronze. And we will accept that. Thank you. Can I have a comment from the judges, please? Yes, please. Thank you.
Yeah, well done to the photographer for exploring the creative ideas here. Just in terms of the balance with the light and the dark, the where my eye is leading to in that middle spot, there's not a lot going on just in there. And I'm not the expressions aren't really delivering much, so it feels very experimental. And then sort of balance-wise on composition, there's a lot down the bottom of the frame that doesn't sort of allude to the same energy and dynamic as the top of it.
Thank you. Can we have the next image, please?
Yeah, I would have potentially, I love the repetition of colours and background and foreground and the subject. I think just when we shift to the right with the camera and just adding that down, it was actually isolated its head against the softness of that, just that section of foliage.
Good comments. I think that what is compelling for me is the small.
Thank you. That's an initial score of 76, a bronze award. Tony would love to challenge.
That's a ridiculously low score. Ridiculous. I'm on 83. I mean, this reminds me of what we see of so many aerial landscapes from Australia. That sort of the abstract nature of this. You get the sense of character. I did wonder if it was meant to be in another category yesterday, but you know, it's the cloud-like nature of the receding face there, that wisp up on the right, the beautiful print quality, the grounding of the neck, but that, you know, that flower type feeling of the mouth of this beautiful doggy. The background colour, it just enhances it in this category. The circular nature, the beautiful print quality. Don't be so tight.
Catherine.
Yeah, I'm at the other end with this at 73. I can appreciate the shapes that have been created with this beautiful doggy. I do struggle with the out of focus nose and the lack of light in the eyes. I'd probably be interested to hear what others think in terms of that, in terms of is this a more abstract portrayal, or, you know, should I be seeing that light in the eyes? Because I'm not really getting a feeling of character. It is more like a study on shapes. I appreciate I've probably been a little bit tight on my score, but I don't really see it in silver.
Thank you. Richard, Lizzie, you're a sort of... No? Okay, then Tony, it's back to you.
Boo.
And you have 78 bronze award. Thank you. Next image, please.
Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 75. Congratulations to our entrant. Can we have a comment, please, perhaps from Richard?
I enjoyed it's, for me, it was a bit of an innovative way to show a family portrait. It's very lifestyle, great design, use of reflection.
Thank you. That's a great comment for our entrant. Yes, you can open those, absolutely. Hand them along. Just got a little buffer on our system here for a moment, guys. We'll just be ready to go in a moment. Everyone's a step ahead of me. Could we have the next print, please? Just while we've been sitting here in the dark, it's absolutely hosing down outside, and apparently it's been snowing in Parklands and in Shirley today. So for you at home that are sitting in your warm, toasty areas of the country, it's pretty cold down here south in Christchurch. And the giggling you can hear, we're having a little bit of a lolly scramble here with some treats to help keep our energy and our judges on track. Thank you, judges. You're obviously all seeing this image very similarly. We have a silver at 82. We happy with that, judges? Thank you. Could we have a comment, please, perhaps from Lizzie?
There's so much about this is absolutely masterfully done. The craftsmanship of the lighting on the body in particular. Maybe not so much the eyes. The catch lights in the eyes were quite overpowering, and it's just the placement of the arm going through the head without the hand. If that had been a little bit more softer, it really would have brought that right up.
Thanks, Lizzie. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 73. Catherine, could we have a comment from you for our entrant, please?
Sure. The photographer's done really well to get these three boys, coming in together in this way. It just feels like it needs a little more work to bring the expression together. I'm not feeling like they all want to be there and they all want to be that close to each other. Also, in addition to that, the rabbit is sort of turned in towards, so it's not really part of this portrait. And then the hands are just a little bit bulky in the front there.
Thank you, Catherine. Could we have a blank screen for a moment, please? Thank you, Tony. If you'd just like to take a break for a moment, and could we welcome back Russell? And can we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have an average score of 81, a silver award. We happy with that, judges? Thank you. That's a silver award. Thank you very much. Congratulations to our entrant. Could we have a comment from Russell, please?
I didn't quite get it up there simply because I just needed to see the mouth. Somehow or other I found the mouth missing, kind of changed the whole nature of the face and became a little bit alien for me, but that was just for me.
Thank you, Russell. Could we have the next print, please? For our judges that are not on the panel at the moment, it's now 12 o'clock. If you felt like you wanted to go and grab some lunch, now would be a good time to do that. Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 73. Could we have a comment from Lizzie, please, for our entrant?
Yeah, I really enjoy the tonal range in the landscape and the way that it's been handled on the woman's body. I just struggled to see the concept more than just naked lady on the mountain.
Thank you, Lizzie. Could we have the next print, please? One moment, please, everybody. We have a little technical hitch here. We just had a slight little mishap there, but we're all good. Nobody got hurt. And we have an initial score of 76, a bronze award. Are we happy with that, judges? Fantastic. So that's 76 bronze. And can we have a comment from Catherine, please?
Yeah, I bumped the laptop off because I was rushing to get in to see this, and it is really beautiful from back here, and that is why, you know, it sits where it sits. It isn't sharp, and that really lets it down because it's just an exquisite, mournful face. Beautiful, quite haunting.
Thank you, Catherine, and we applaud your enthusiasm. We have the next print, please. Sorry, Catherine. Do you mind stepping in for Catherine Williams, please? I've made a note here that you've changed. It'll just be for one image. I haven't done this with the other ones. Oh, shit. Okay. We have a gold award at 93, but we have a challenge from Tania.
Well, I'm on 100 and I feel really emotional about this collection of images. Just to declare, the author is known to me because the exhibition that this character who has passed away is very well known in the area in which I live. I've never seen this collection of images before. I feel deeply moved by the series. I feel the pain in the person in the bottom middle image. I feel there's a massive sense of honour to the person who has passed. The way in which the images have been captured are just super respectful and intimate, absolutely stunning. There's just not anything in there that I could fault. Congratulations, incredible mastery and craftsmanship.
Thank you, Tania. Catherine, could we hear from you, please?
I gave this an 86. I agree, these are a really beautiful set of images. There is a lot going on here. I think that this photographer has really successfully given us a beautiful story here that is very clearly narrated. And I think one of the key things as part of that story is not just the progression of illness and a funeral and grief, but the first and the closing images both feature a poster of an exhibition, and at the end that's actually in the casket with this person is telling us the importance of that exhibition to this person, which I think is really beautiful. I guess I was on, I think I've underscored it, not quite going to 100, but I didn't feel that any particular image was amazingly outstanding, I guess, which is why I wasn't in gold. Perhaps I'm being a bit mean because they are beautifully brought together. I felt that it was a very moving image, that bottom central one, but I felt that it was a little bit close to the top of the frame. I wanted to bring that down there. So yeah, I'll just like to shut up now and hear some more.
Thank you, Catherine. Tanya, you've got some support from Richard there, so could we hear from you?
Well done on talking yourself up there, Catherine. I gave this, I'll talk you up a little bit more, I gave it a 96, a gold distinction. And, I mean, a lot of it's already been said, but I'd like to add that this is, it's very innovative, and it's not deliberately innovative, it's just the way that things have occurred. And the way it's innovative and original and new is this is not just showing, this is not a portrait of just a person and their journey, it's also a portrait of a journey between the relationship between that person and the photographer. And with the opening image and the closing image, it just, that's where that journey is, and then you've got all those emotional scenes in between. And I think it's a very special, very, very special gold distinction series. And I'd like to see it rewarded up into that gold distinction. I'd be quite disappointed if it was below that.
Thank you, Richard. Can we also hear from Russell, please?
I was easily into gold straight away as well. I think I've seen this woman who's grieving so much in a previous image, and she was so full of character there. The one thing that strikes me about this is that obviously they're living in a community of characters, but those two people, the person that she's lost, she and her partner gone are even more especially characters, if you like. So for her to find anything close to that for the rest of her life is probably impossible, and you know, she would be grieving anyway, but they were special people to each other, and the sense of loss is profound. And I think that frame at the bottom middle just holds the whole thing up. Her grief is on her shoulders, and all the other images are all resting on her shoulders, and she's holding the whole thing together. I'm happy to lift my score into that level as well.
Thank you, Russell. Tania, could you sum up for us, please?
Yeah, thank you for all your comments, and I think it sounds like we're all in agreement that it needs to be a gold distinction. I think it's really clear that this epitomises exceptional mastery and emotive, just exceptional mastery, full stop. I think that's it. Let's judge.
Okay. Sorry, just one moment, judges. It will just come up in just a second. Okay, judges, please rescore. We have a gold distinction at 97. Congratulations to the entrant. Thank you, Catherine, for stepping in. Catherine, are you happy to come back on? Can we have the next print, please? We have an average score of 73, a professional standard. Could we have a comment, please, perhaps from Lizzie?
I really enjoyed the concept of using the tapestry as a backdrop. I just found the whites in her eyes just being the brightest part of the image, which was quite distracting.
Thank you, Lizzie. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73, a professional standard. Could we have a comment for our entrant, please, perhaps from Russell?
In this instance, I just found the confluence of activity in the facial area just confusing and just not aiding and abetting the image itself. There's a lot of energy and movement, but I just found myself disturbed by that, and it didn't quite resolve it for me.
Thank you, Russell. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 70. Could we have a comment for the entrant, please, perhaps from Catherine?
I think the photographer has explored something in terms of having the subjects placed where they are in conjunction with the backs of the chair. But we're sort of drawn in towards the legs, and there's not much there in terms of connection. Everything just feels a bit sort of lumped on top of each other. In addition to that, the woman on the right is very bright with the flat lighting.
Thank you, Catherine. I'm sure the entrant will really appreciate those comments. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a silver at 83. And Catherine would like to challenge.
Yeah, I've just put this in at 85. There's just so much elegance and grace to this woman. In terms of the print quality, it's absolutely exquisite and delicate. The lighting is really beautiful. The positioning of her shoulder just raised slightly, and then her collarbone just really frames and brings you up to her face. Then there's just all this elegance in her hand. And then just the play of textures, it's quite simple. There's this beautiful mesh. And then if you get in close to her head covering, there's this delicate texture in there. It's full of sort of delicate textures and lines, and it leads you up. It's a very simple image. In terms of the feeling it evokes, I get the feeling this woman is, lost in her own world, her own self. It's got a very believable, evocative feeling.
Thanks, Catherine. Could we hear from Richard, please?
All of those things. I've rewarded it with a silver at 83. Oh, did you? Sorry, did you say me? What happened?
I asked for Richard, but Russell, if you want to jump in there, that's absolutely fine. I asked to speak to Richard, and you launched into your. Oh, did you? Okay.
I was at 81, and I agree with everything that you say that's positive about this image. Especially love the control of that arm on the right. Look, what stopped me going to distinction was I found there were purple hues in the print, and if you can tell me they're not there, I'm happy to come up. And it could be the ink, but yeah, that's the only thing that held me back slightly.
Thank you, Richard with an R. Could I speak to Russell with an R, please?
Thank you. All those things that you said, Catherine, love it for it, and I gave it an 83, but I find it falls away too much towards the bottom, and that her hand, the bottom hand just disappears into darkness, and there's no sort of morphology there, if you like. There's no sort of structure in it. Just looks like a long, elongated arm. I was just a little bit disappointed that the light just didn't wrap around that a little bit more to capture that hand and let that visual energy flow through right to the bottom. But if you can help me with that, that's cool.
Okay, thank you, judges. Could we go back to Catherine to sum up, please?
Yeah, I would love to answer Richard's concerns on purple, but I cannot see any purple in there at all. I see a beautifully controlled, well-handled, rich and warm monochrome that we're being presented with. Just the hand, that was actually something that I did notice as well, Russell, with the hand. I forgave it for that because of the simplicity, elegance, beauty, and the believability of where this woman is in her own headspace. And I just wanted to appreciate it and reward it for that.
Thank you, Catherine. Judges, could you please rescore? We have a silver distinction at 86. Congratulations to our photographer. That's some fantastic talking, guys. Could we have a blank screen for a moment, please? So, Lizzie, would you like to go and have some lunch? And Joe Francis, if you're ready, would you like to pop in for Lizzie? Richard Wood, would you like to go and have some lunch? And Sarah Lee. Is Sarah Lee here? Where's Lizzie's lanyard? And Catherine Williams, would you like to take a break? And could we welcome back Catherine Katanak, please? Right, we're all happy there. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 80, and we have a challenge from Russell.
I scored this 92. This is a stunningly exquisite, simple, sympathetic, informative, beautifully crafted image. Right on top of their game. Wonderful portrait, gold.
Thank you, Russell. Could we hear perhaps from Sarah Lee, or Catherine, sorry. Catherine on, can I take you first, Catherine, please?
I gave this 76. I agree it's a beautiful, beautiful, simple portrait, and I think it's beautifully lit. And I appreciate the photographer's got some great engagement from the subject. And I just, I guess I don't see anything that's particularly unusual about this, maybe apart from the fact that the child has Down syndrome. But I don't see that as relevant to the photograph. You know, I think they've done a gorgeous job here, but I'd need to hear what makes this different from the beautifully lit portraits that we normally see.
Thank you, Catherine. I think we might need to hear from Joe in the middle there.
I scored the 78. I totally agree with Russ. It's an exquisite, beautiful portrait. And I also agree with Catherine that it is what we should be doing when we take portraits of gorgeous little children. So I'm not sure what the photographer has added. I definitely want them to have an award. So if you can convince me, Russ, I'll come up to early silvers, but I'm not seeing a gold.
Does anybody have anything else to add before Russell sums up? Because we're sitting in the gold range. Sarah Lee.
It's just really minor, but I so wish he was looking directly at the camera. And just to share knowledge, a trick that works for me is just to play peekaboo behind the camera, and you'll often get them looking in the right direction.
Thanks, Sarah Lee. Could you sum up for us, please, Russell?
Look, why are we, the choice of words that you've all used, just a complete anathema to me for this image. Why were you looking to add shit and take stuff away? And this, I mean, what more do you want other than utter professionalism in capture, utter sympathy to the subject? The fact that the subject's Down syndrome is neither here nor there to me. I mean, it's just an exquisitely, beautifully crafted portrait. And because it is simple, you're struggling to find other things that sort of says to you, this should be this or this should be that. It is what it is. How can you criticise it? Look at it again and take away, what would you do to add to that image? I don't think you could do, any of us could do anything. And I often hear, this is what we should produce every day. This level of photography is not what a lot of us produce every day. And we know that because we're judging as it goes through. This is very high quality portraiture. And with the subject being maybe harder to distract or this or that, I think it's just exquisitely powerful and quiet and just wonderfully evocative. And the family of this young man would love this image forever and ever and ever. And I love it now. And it's gold.
Thank you, Russell. Judges, could we please rescore? We have a silver distinction at 85. Congratulations. Well done to the photographer. Good talking there, judges. Could we have a blank screen for just one moment there, please? We're just going to have a change of panel chair just for a moment. I would welcome Tracy to sit in for me for a moment.
Can we have the next image, please?
Ladies first.
Okay, we have a initial score of 73, which is a professional standard. Thank you, judges. Can we have a comment from Russell, please?
The depth of field, maybe, art for art's sake, perhaps. Don't quite know how it adds to what we're meant to think about this person, so it hasn't added to the story for me. And when I get in there, I'm not sort of resolved about her relationship with what's going on either.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have an initial score of 85. Catherine?
I gave this 97 because when it first popped up, even in the run through, I just thought, wow. And then I've got up there and that first impression is totally backed up by the print and all the details that I can now see in it. Huge initial impact, an incredible character, and you're right there in his face. I'm loving the tight crop with that claw-like hand coming out. The guy's pulled out his false teeth and he's showing us the tattoo on the bottom of the lip there, and just so much incredible expression in that face. The colour in this, obviously we've got the quirk of the wig, which it just adds to the intrigue of him, and then the colour of the teeth and the lip. But then also actually just the skin tones. He's pink and he's yellow and he's got this yellow in his hands as well. So often, we critique that, but I think in this it's just adding to the roughness of the intrigue of this wonderful character, and it's beautifully printed, really in your face, really cool, memorable shot.
Thank you. Tanya, you're at the other end, please.
Yeah, I was on 74. I think I found this really challenging to know how to respond to it. I mean, obviously, there's the subject's wanting is connecting with the photographer and wanting to show us something. Maybe it was just, I think we'll say no more and just keep listening. Yeah.
Russell?
I support Catherine. I scored it a measly 92, and I will be coming up. It's so many things. It's the first thing that struck me was it's so in your grill that I don't think it's anything that the photographer said to do. I think this person has volunteered this pose, if you want to call it that. Look at the graphics of it. Those two fingers leading up from the bottom. It's ugly as sin, and the eye and the to me, I sort of, maybe it's a homeless person or whatever, and the yellow hands from smoking and taking your teeth out and doing that, and the purple just throwing in there, giving it, and then just take away the person, just look at it as a landscape and the textures and all the stuff that's going on in there. I mean, what more do you want from a people category? I'll be lifting my score into distinction gold.
Anybody else? No, back to you, Catherine.
Thanks, Russell, for your eloquent comments. Doing a lot better than me today. I think I totally agree. The photographer hasn't asked them to do this, and that's really, this person is so unusual, and I think the fact that they're in your grill and connected with you, but the fact that they're looking sideways is all part of that story, that this person is really in their own head, and there's that real, I want to be careful with the words I use, but they just seem to maybe be a little bit mentally disturbed, and you just, gosh, it's just really, really powerful. Let's just reward this.
Rescore, please, judges. Great talking. We have a 91 gold. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a blank screen, please? Tanya, you can go take a break, and can we have Faro to the panel? Right, our next image, please. Okay, yes. Can we just have a quick blank screen, please, Catherine? Catherine, can you swap this? Have our next image, please. Next print, please. Yep. Give it to Ian. Okay, we have an initial score of 76, which is a bronze award. Russell, do you wish to challenge?
Oh, okay. um, it's so sort of hard to be beguiled by things that are quite simple, but I enjoyed the wonderful repetition of the reflection of the toenails and the colour splurge of the goggles. But then I looked at other things too, and I wondered about what level of living this person has, you know, the unkemptness, if you like, about the join below the wall, you know, it's muddy, and the no more gap stuff has gone muddy over the years. The taps are fairly sort of dirty, and and I just quite enjoyed the introduction of those goggles when the person's actually in the bath. So maybe it sort of said to me they're a little bit quirky, and maybe they even wear them in the bath. So that kind of just introduced something I don't even know about this person. So yeah, I enjoyed it for its what's not being said as much as what is being said.
What was your score, please, Russell?
I scored at 83.
And Catherine, you were at the other end.
Yeah, I scored this 73. I believe there's a great opportunity in terms of the location that we're seeing here. The fact that the goggles are not wet really took away from the story. I've had a child who loved to play with the goggles in the bathtub, and they were in the bathtub and they were wet, and these are dry. And then in addition to that, just the leg that's sort of coming up out of the water and has a lot of light on it is just providing quite a visual distraction as well. So I'm probably just really seeing it hard to go a lot higher with this.
Cool. Anybody else? No, back to Russell.
Rescore.
We have still a 76 bronze. Thank you very much. That is our last print entry. We are just going to take a quick break for the digital to be set up. Can we have our judges back to the panel, please? Okay, thank you. First image, please. Okay, we have a score of 74, which is a professional standard. A comment for the photographer, please. Sarah Lee?
This is a really intriguing subject with the red hair and what looks like the albino brows and eyelashes. Keep working along this idea and just focus on perhaps different posing, and there's some green colour cast coming in from camera right, so just be wary of that with such a high or such amount of whites. Colour cast is something to be wary of.
Thank you. Next image, please. Right, we have a score of 75, which is a bronze award. Congratulations to the photographer. Can we have a comment for them, please? Russell?
I just find it didn't need that level of illumination in that setting. Just took a little bit of unreality away from what otherwise might have been quite a textural image.
Blank, we'll just imaginary blank screen. Can we? Okay, can we have the next image, please? Got the next image. Okay, we have a score of 71, which is a professional standard. Can we have a comment for our photographer, please? Faro?
Great choice of gel to create such a lovely color palette, but perhaps just watch out your lighting, especially your brightest part, does almost lost details there.
Thank you very much. Right, okay, our next image, please. Oh. Okay, we have a score of 80, which is a silver award. Congratulations to our photographer. Who would like to give? Catherine?
Love the concept of presenting ourselves to us for judging. This is quite quirky. really well put together, and just having that central image there is really working, and the particularly the figures on the corners, the way they've been positioned. I think to bring it up a little, all of the images needed to be equally strong, and I felt that the middle one on the left didn't. It's not actually clear what's happening, and that we can figure it out. But I think that was potentially letting it down a little bit. But this is great. Well done.
Thank you. Next image, please. Okay, we have a initial score of 76, which is a bronze award. Thank you.
I scored at 86. I just really enjoy how there's a kind of like a curve. All that fog is just allowed. There's a curve of light running through it, and all the textures and the expression. The light just falling off onto the further eye. We can see that a little bit of light spilling onto the back of the face. It's just all been presented to us as lovely textures, but I don't find that they compete with her. Her expression to us has certainly engaged me. Yeah, the shoulder's a little bit hot, but that's why I haven't gone higher. I think as a piece of art and a piece of portraiture, I think it's really quite lovely. And it is art and portraiture to me.
Okay, Sarah Lee or Lizzie, you had the same score.
Yeah, unfortunately, I just see far too many technical faults, especially in the lighting. It's hitting her shoulder. It's hit her face, but it's been burnt to make it, and it's very murky and muddy. There's a lot of colour casting going on in those blacks. There's burnt out highlights. A very heavy, unneeded vignette. Yeah, I don't really want to say.
Your score, please, Lizzie. No, your score.
Sorry, I scored this at a 72.
Okay, and Catherine, you wanted to have a...
Oh no, Lizzie's covered it, thanks.
Okay, back to you, Russell.
Let's not worry about it. We'll move on. Okay.
Rescore, please. $75 bronze. Right, we'll just have back to your regular scheduled panel chat.
Made me sound like a TV program, didn't it? Right, I've had some lunch, I've had some chocolate, let's go. Could we have the next print, please? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 72, which is a professional standard. Could we have a comment perhaps from Faru, please?
Little cute babies, the expression perhaps capture well. I found that the background is a bit heavy-handed and dark, and it has a big contrast with the subject.
Thanks, Faru. That's good comments for our entrant. Could we have the next print, please? Oh, sorry, we're on to digital. Goodness. Big things happen when you go and have lunch. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 73, professional standard. Could I perhaps have a comment from Lizzie? Thank you.
Yeah, this photographer really knows how to pose babies to a really high standard. Just watch your lighting, and it's very flat. Just turn the beanbag a little bit more towards the window or the lighting, just to create a little bit more depth.
Thank you, Lizzie. Could we have the next print, please? Oh, sorry, just one moment. Sorry, could we just hold that screen just for a moment? We just need to do a little quick judge change. Sarah Lee, could you pop off just for a moment? And could we welcome back Amber? And Russell, have you had some lunch yet? Could you go and have some lunch? And could we have Richard Wood, please? Okay, could we have the next image, please? Just like to say a very warm welcome to Nikki Closser, who's joined us in the judging room, one of our keynote speakers all the way from America. We know she's arrived on a very, very late flight last night, so early this morning. So welcome to you, Nikki. We look forward to your talk in the conference. Thank you. Right, thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 72. Perhaps could we have a comment from Amber, please?
Gorgeous connection between the man and the lovely dog in this image. It's just a shame that the light on the hand is so overwhelmingly hot.
Thank you, Amber. Can we have the next image, please? And we have a professional standard at 71. Richard, would you like to give a comment for our entrant, please?
Whilst there's some great connection there between the child's face and the photographer, I feel like the child's really having to strain back to look up. And I think as adults photographing children, especially in a posture like this, we should really get down to their level.
Thank you, Richard. That's very helpful critique for the photographer. Could we have the next image, please? Just a reminder that our students are working hard to put up the print exhibition. Make sure you go and check it out, particularly around behind Judging Room 3. And thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 74. Could we have a comment, please, from Catherine?
This woman is obviously very proud of her body and her tattoos, and I think this is she'd love this celebration of that. I think in order to elevate it, it's quite muddy. The blacks are not very black, and also she's looking up a lot, but she has no space to look up into. It's just a little bit tight at the top of the frame there.
Thank you, Catherine. Could we have the next image, please? And we have a professional standard at 71. Could we have a comment, please, for the entrant, perhaps from Faru?
It's a lovely portrait, perhaps a different direction of the light, because I think the light is mostly from a bit lower than it should be, and it caused some not really flattering shadows on the grandma's face.
Thanks, Faru. Could we have just a judge change, please? Amber, do you need to go? Was it 1 o'clock you needed to go? Yes? Yep, absolutely. And could we get Angela Eastwood? Would you mind popping in for Amber, please? I think we'll just log you in as Amber, because you won't actually be on our system. So if you're just happy just to stay there as Amber, that would be great. Amber, just before you go, you just need to take your lanyard. I just need to know whether we can have you logged in 2 categories. So we'll just find that. We'll just find that out. Okay. For the moment, Angela, we'll just log you on as Amber, and then we'll just see. I'm just not sure whether we can have them in 2 rooms. So, alrighty. Thank you, judges, for your patience, and thank you, people at home. Let's have a look at the next image. Next image, please. If it has to be, then we'll just swap. I just heard at lunchtime that the Port Hills are covered in snow. Welcome to our winter wonderland. There you go, Faru. We've organised it just for you. We haven't seen snow for years either. Okay, we have a initial score of 71, a professional standard, and Lizzie would like to talk to the photographer.
Yeah, I really like this idea of the shell. Just be careful with around the subject matter. We can't see the floor, or there's no grounding to the image. It just looks like it's floating.
Thank you, Lizzie. That's great feedback for the entrant. Oh, sorry, could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 74. Could we have a comment, please, from Richard?
Great sharpness, good connection with the camera. Craft-wise, an all-round good professional standard image. I think to bring something like this more into the awards realm, we need to see something a little bit more creative or innovative, new. Give us just a little bit more.
Thank you, Richard. That's very helpful feedback. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 73. Could we have a comment from... Amber? No, from Angela, thank you.
Very sweet, simple image of this baby in lovely pose. Just careful if the skin tones are a little bit cool, and the light coming from the left-hand side of the images just draws your eyes completely away from the baby.
Thank you, Angela. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 71. Could we ask for a comment from Lizzie, please, for our entrant?
Yeah, I really like the composition. There's just a real strong blue tone going through the clouds, and also very grainy. I really struggled to see the figure.
Thank you, Lizzie. Can we have the next image, please? We have a score of 71, a professional standard. Could we have a comment, please, from Richard?
I find there's the beginnings of a story happening here. Probably just a little bit more care taken with where the photographer is and how they're composing that shot. Looking down on her like that with the top of the couch running through the back of the head and the cushion. Just a little bit more thought. Could have taken it just a bit further.
Thanks, Richard. It's great feedback. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 72, professional standard. Could I have a comment from Faru, please?
Yeah, the lighting is well designed to improve the image. Perhaps the body from the top is just turn a bit too far to get camera to have a better view of the face and the body.
Thanks, Faru. That's great feedback. Have the next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 71. Could we have a comment, please, from Catherine?
I like the inclusion of the studio and the foam, the board at the back here. It's sort of got those Annie Leibovitz vibes going on, and all the triangles around the image, including at the bottom. That's kind of cool. What I think could elevate this is a slightly more convincing pose. This is not something that people sort of do naturally, and she just looks a bit too bent over and a little bit uncomfortable.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Could we have we're just going to take a virtual blank screen, and thank you, Catherine. If you'd like to hop off the screen, the panel there, and could we welcome back Catherine Williams, please? And could we have the next image, please? Angela has just stepped off. Sarah Lee or Stacey? Do you want Stacey? Sarah Lee, if you can just jump in there for this image, please. Thank you. And we have a professional standard at 74. Would someone like to make a comment for the photographer, please? Thank you, Lizzie.
I really enjoyed the hand of the little teddy bear on the baby's shoulder mixed with the real soft expression of the baby's face.
Thank you. That's great feedback. Could we have the next image, please? We might actually just get you to stay because we were due to swap you two anyway, so that's good timing. Thank you. We have a score of 69. Could we have a comment for the photographer, please, perhaps from maybe Faru?
It's a good portrait of a maternity. However, I think the choice of prop and the brightness of it is compete with the subject and the skin tone. Perhaps different prop and different color work with more the color palette and the background of your image.
Thanks, Faru. Sarah Lee, could you log in as yourself, please? I think you might be logged in as Amber. Thank you. Sorry, our system's just taking a little moment to catch up. And can we have the next image, please? we have a professional standard at 72? Thank you, judges. Could we have a comment from Catherine, please?
Yeah, what a beautiful woman and opportunity. The lighting on this is very flat and very harsh. And just sort of, we're talking about deeply emotional content, yet the subject is looking sort of a bit startled. It just requires a bit more work with the subject to draw that emotion out of the subject.
Thank you, Catherine. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 71. Could we have a comment from Sarah Lee, please?
What a lovely stylised image of a cute little boy. I think to improve this image and to work on the drama of the cinematic theme, just bringing a little bit more shadow and depth into that lighting would be a good place to start, as well as just being aware of matching colours, especially when you're using a printed backdrop. Otherwise it looks like a very obvious printed backdrop.
Thank you, Sarah Lee. Could we just have a small judge change too? Thank you, Faru, if you'd like to take a break for a moment. And could we welcome back Tanya Niwa, please? And Richard, we'll give you a break. And Tony Carter, would you like to join us, please? Just another wee mention about the wrap party tonight for the awards. Proudly and gratefully sponsored by Sony. Go and see Aaron and the team on the Sony stand and get your drink vouchers. So next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 70. Tony, would you like to give some helpful tips to the entrant, please?
Sure, what an environment. You've got everything there, but compositionally it sort of all feels sort of squashed into the middle. And also it just feels really overworked. If you just take that back a notch, it could be improved a lot.
Thank you, Tony. I'm sure the photographer will really appreciate those comments. Can we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 75. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment, please, perhaps, from Lizzie, please?
Yeah, I really enjoyed this idea of presenting us with this idea of the son taking over the father of the farm. I don't feel it needed the sign. I feel like it could have been developed a little bit more subtly.
That's great. Thank you, Lizzie. Could we have the next image, please? Sorry? It has been vetted, but if you'd like me to get a tech person here, we can get someone to have a look at it. Okay. Could I have a tech person or someone from Honours, please, to Judging Room 2, the portrait category? Okay, if you just take a moment, judges, that would be great. Just while we're filling in time here. Catherine Williams, would you like to have a little? I know that you're not feeling particularly well today, but have a bit of.
I'm Catherine Williams. I'm the one who knocked the laptop off before.
We have forgiven you for that.
I'm based here in Christchurch, running a portrait studio called White Wolf Studio with my partner Tony Carter. I'm 2 times winner of New Zealand Photographer of the Year and a Grandmaster, and my passions are for photography of people.
Thank you, Catherine. Let's hear. Okay. Sarah Lee, you've been involved in quite a big building project. Would you like to have a little chat to us about that?
Okay, to extend on what I was, so we've been building our own house. In end of 2020, we bought a section, first time, very exciting. We started building in November, and so I've been working full time in my photography business every weekend from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. on the tools. I have a very sexy pair of pink steel cap work boots, bruises, concussions, split fingers, and all the injuries that go with working with power tools. I know a lot more about building than I did before I started, and we're within the last few weeks, and we're dying to move in and have the whole thing come to a conclusion, so we're very happy.
Fantastic. I need to talk to you about your Japanese burnt timber too, so remind me to do that.
Yes, playing with gas blowguns, a lot of fun.
Yeah. Okay, Lizzie, let's have a little hear from you. Sitting down there in the dark. Don't think I can't see you.
Yeah, Mum 4, Taranaki. I guess I talked about that yesterday, and I know Tony keeps telling me that I need to talk about what I've achieved photography-wise, so maybe I'll go down that tangent this time. I guess I'm known mostly for my fine art portraiture of kids with animals, and a couple of years ago I won the family section at Portrait Masters. I won the APNPI International Photographer of the Year. That was newborn photography. I won the wedding in camera category a couple of years ago. So yeah, quite a mixture there of different genres.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Lizzie and Tanya. I know you talked about what you're doing with your work and things, but perhaps you can give us a little bit of an insight. When was the last time you were here in Christchurch?
Actually, I think the last time I was here was prior to any of the earthquakes for photography awards here. And then I think the next time we had photography awards here, I was too scared to come back, which sounds so wrong. Love being here and loved seeing the flavour of Christchurch and how it's resurrected itself. It's fabulous to be here.
Fantastic. Thanks, Tanya. Tony, if you're talking to someone about... your voice is gone?
You have to check.
Okay. Yeah. Just if you, for the people that are at home that might be thinking about joining NZIPP or entering the awards, what sort of advice would you give to them?
Like the Nike slogan says, just do it. It's a great learning experience, but if you're going to come to these things, it's good to have something writing on it. So, and it makes your heart beat faster, and you learn so much so quickly. And NZIPP is definitely our extended family that gets together only once a year. So that's why everybody is drained by the end of it. Yeah, but just do it. It's good fun.
Thank you, Tony, and I'm sorry you're not feeling 100 today, and good on you for soldiering on. That's the Taranaki spirit that we know and love. Look, we've sorted our tech problem now, guys. Thank you for those lovely little tidbits to fill in the time. Let's go. We've got the next image to come up shortly when Ian's got off the floor there. Just a few more moments, guys. We're just going to sort out the screen, and we'll be up and running. It's been a really long day, and I'm really appreciating the camaraderie and the support and the great talking that we've had from our judges today, and fabulous support here from my lovely panel chair assistant. Yes. So what's going to happen, guys, is the image that is not sized right, that image is going to come back probably towards the end. So we'll judge that one as it comes back up later. All right. So we have the image up on screen. Judges, please take your time to go and have a look. Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 75. Congratulations to the entrant. That's a great result. Could we have a comment from Tanya, please?
Yeah, congratulations to the photographer. Yeah, the eyes being the window to the soul. I feel that it's really easy to connect with the subject looking into those piercing eyes.
That's fantastic. Thank you. So we're just going to have a little bit of a judge chain again. Tony, just with your voice and things, could we swap you out for Russell? And if you're doing a Hollywood, I'll come and see you later. Thank you, Russell. And Lizzie, thank you so much. Joe, could we pop you back in there, please? And is anyone else you want to do? Yes, you'll need to log in as you. Fabulous you. Thank you, judges. Right, we have the next image, please. Right, thank you, judges. We have a score of 79. We're going to have a challenge from Russell.
Well, we're obviously going to have to decide either out. I took this gentleman into low silver. Excuse me. I think it's beautiful. What a beautiful time of evening to capture this, which has allowed that colour to just wash over his body and kind of be sympathetic to our humanness, if you like. Extremely clever for the photographer not to engage the furthest arm, so we just have that clean, simple graphic. The toes being suspended between the two edges of the waves. Just a beautifully simple, fantastically dynamic portrait, and I squeezed it into silver.
Thank you, Russell. Can we hear from Joe?
Sure. I gave this a 76. I definitely think it's award-worthy. I'm getting real Jesus vibes from it. I guess what held me back from a higher award range is that I couldn't make sense of him in the landscape. Loved the landscape, loved him, but the two together, I couldn't see why he was there or any connection between him, and it felt like a bit of a mismatch for me.
Thank you, Joe. Tania, you're in support of Russell. Would you like to talk to the print, please?
Yeah, I gave this a silver just from the impact of the image for me. I love the curiosity of how did he get up that high, and I sort of think, oh yeah, what was involved in the creation of this image. I love just the gentleness of the light on shaping and sculpting the figure. Yeah, I think it's definitely worthy of silver.
Thanks, Tania. Catherine, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I was on 78, and I'm going to come up. I guess just in terms of where Joe has said that the mismatch, I think, why not? Yeah. Why not be outside and doing this? You know, there's curvaceousness in the body, and there's a curvaceousness in the landscape behind. And every part of this man's body, from his pinky up to his hair, is engaged in this pose. I think it's successful with that.
Thank you, Catherine. Russell, back to you.
Me? Yep.
Yes.
Joey, like, where else can you be free but outside? And it's just a wonderful expression of freedom. In fact, funny, you know, I'm looking at it more and more and I'm thinking, shit, is it even higher than what I've given it at 82? I mean, it's such a spectacularly successful portrait of this gentleman. Obviously a dancer. I mean, no ordinary human could do what he's doing. And wonderful sense of timing of capture from the photographer as well. Not just the suspension between the two lines of water, but also what his hair is doing, what his body is doing. I mean, the effort this guy's gone to get that, and the photographer has joined that teamwork by just nailing it perfectly. And one thing I might add also is that his trunks are just beautifully sort of captured in relationship to that lovely grey line running through the horizon. So I think it's a really successful portrait, and I'm actually thinking of raising my score, which I'm not allowed to do, but would love you to do.
All right, you've heard what Russell's asked you to do. Can we rescore, please, judges? Well done. We have a silver at 82. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 72. Professional standard. Could we have a comment from Joe, please?
Lovely capture of what looks like a kid's school performance. And I'm sure these children will delight in having these photos. To award it higher in an award range, we need to see a little bit more control of lighting and innovation in how it's put together.
Thank you, Joe. We're just going to revisit the image that we weren't able to judge a couple of images ago. We're going to take about a 2 or 3 minute break just to facilitate that. So, Joe Francis, we haven't heard much from you. What's been happening in your world in the North Island and Wellington there?
I think I'm a little bit sick at the moment, sorry.
It
I don't know what's going on around here.
It seems to be a recurring theme.
No. I don't know what's going on down here in Christchurch, but I don't think I've been around so many sick people in years. It's quite unusual. I'm a family portrait photographer based in Wellington. I've been in business for about 20 years now. Also have 3 kids, 2 of whom are teenagers, so yeah, that's fun. What else? Won some awards, which is quite nice. I'm getting the eyeball from Catherine, who will tell me to stop being such a Kiwi. I'm a grandmaster, which is quite fun. And stop looking at me, Catherine. You get quite a bit of bullying when you're in this environment. Just in case if anyone's wanting to join, you might want to consider not getting to know Tony and Catherine. Yeah. I think I'm famously known as the person who got up and swore their head off on the stage the first time they won a category. Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you, Joe.
I have won the family category 3 times and 1 time the when it used to be the portrait category, and I have been a bridesmaid many, many times in other categories. To the point that one year I seriously considered wearing a bridesmaid's dress to gala just to kind of hammer home that I was quite comfortable in my bridesmaid status. I'm also on the board, NZIPP board, and I'm also involved in accreditation. So if anyone who hasn't been bullied into doing accreditation yet wants to have a chat, feel free to corner me at some point over the next few days, and I'll give you some information about how to go about becoming accredited. I think that's probably all the things.
Sort of just finish off the fun fact about you, Joe.
When I stopped taking photos, within about 4 days, I find the need to do something else creative, and it has resulted in much ugly baking to the point that my family now refers to all our most special recipes as ugly this or ugly that. And whenever my teenagers have to make baking for friends or anyone else, they take ugly cookies, which they always have to explain to people are still worth eating because they're delicious, even if they're ugly. And if not baking, I occasionally get into gardening or knitting. So in the next few days, you'll probably see me trying to finish off a jumper for my daughter.
I think she's also a closet comedian, and she's responsible for some of the best one-liners I've ever heard in my life.
Thank you, Russell. Thanks, Russell. All right, we're getting pretty close to being up and running. Just like to thank our team working out the back there, who have been working tirelessly in this big category. They've done things very, very smoothly and effortlessly, and we couldn't do it without their support, so that is fantastic. Just want to make sure you take a moment to have a look at all the galleries of the images while they're still up. There's some in the main foyer, and there's some around the back of Judging Room 3. It's so exciting when you see everyone's award-winning work up there, so make sure you check that out. So we are back up and running, I think, which is good. Right. And thank you for our lovely tech support gentleman here to sort that little problem out for us. And could we have the next image, please?
Sorry, mate. It's like a wild animal, that thing.
Thank you, judges. We have a score of 70, professional standard. If we could have a comment from Tania, please.
Yeah, if the photographer could just further develop a narrative or a clear purpose for this portrait, just having the flowers in front of and covering the mouth is a little distracting, and the brightness is a bit overpowering on the face and arms, and the focus is actually on the arms more than the eyes. So just thinking further, just developing your narrative further.
Also, be
Thank
very
you,
careful
Tania.
where your shadows are falling.
Oh, thank you, Russell. That's brilliant. Sorry, I just have a little tech support here. It's taken over my mouse. Just changing the number of the images just so that we're back in sync with where we need to be. Great. All good? Fabulous. Right, so the next image, please. Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 75. Congratulations to the photographer. That's an awesome result. Could we have a comment, please, from Catherine?
Yeah, congratulations to the photographer, giving us a unique viewpoint here. I feel it could have been more successful if the light on the belly had been a bit narrower. It's sort of playing on those shapes a little bit more. Also, the circular shape in the front possibly is just a bit too out of focus, and it's sort of meaning my eye is more focused on, particularly on that right-hand side.
That's fantastic. That's great comments. Thank you, Catherine. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 72. Could we have a comment from Russell? Thank you.
I think allowing the frame of the glasses to dissect the eyeball is not helpful.
Thank you, Russell. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a score of 73 and a professional standard. Could we have a comment from Tania for our entrant, please?
Yeah, just thinking the process through more and what you're trying to say. Having our central focus on the nose doesn't really give us enough information. The eyes are beautiful, but it's just thinking about what you're trying to tell, what your story is, and then the skin's just a little bit bright.
Thanks, Tanya. Fantastic. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 74. Could we have a comment from Russell, please, for our entrant?
Just be careful of the direction of your lighting in this instance. I think it just catching partially the bottom of the nose takes our eye and sort of breaks the flow of what might have been an otherwise successful image, perhaps.
Thank you, Russell. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 73, a professional standard. Could we have a comment for the entrant, please, perhaps from Tanya?
Yeah, there's just some technical issues there with the way you've got this sort of like banding of red tones coming through from the light to shade. The photographer's captured the sensual nature and the expression, but the rest of the body, it just feels like it just could be more attention to the angles of the positioning and the way it's lit, and the styling of the clothing, and the arms are a bit distracting.
Thank you, Tanya. I'm sure the entrant will find that very helpful. Could we have the next image, please? Oh, sorry, just one moment before we do that. We just need to have a little judge change to take us home. Sarah Lee, we just need you to hop off. Thank you so much for all your help today. Lizzie Gilmore, do you want to pop back in? And Tanya Niwa, thank you so much for your input today. Catherine Kadanak, would you like to join us for the home run, please? We're nearly there. It's been an awesomely big category, so I'm really enthused that you guys have been so kind and such a good team. Just a reminder not to disappear at the end of the category. We have the finals judging and judges to be chosen, so we don't know who those are yet, so please make sure you come back to the category room, please. And could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a bronze award at 76 with very even scoring. Congratulations to the photographer. Could we have a comment from Jo, please?
This is a stunning composition, and this photographer is clearly very good and comfortable at posing. I think your choice of colours are not working great for this photo. I think the background is a little close to her skin tone, and it's making the overall sort of muddiness, and the white dress is just way too bright. I think you could try this image in black and white and just dull down the white a bit, and it could just be really stunning.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Jo. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. We have a silver at 81, but I'm feeling that Russell has something a bit more to say here.
Oh, I've never seen anything like this. I gave it a 92 actually. So just standing up there, looking at it, everywhere I look, I love. Completely different sort of way of saying something about a couple. That's on the left there behind the wall. And even in that icy wall there is a monster type face, which I quite enjoyed as well. So just everywhere you go in that image, there is information to look at and to wonder at and to enjoy. The colour range is beautiful. Just how it's sort of been thought of and given to us is really quite exceptionally imaginative. And I know we're not allowed to read from the judge's assessment page, but if I went to the gold area, I think this all the words used there you could apply to this image.
Thank you, Russell. Could I hear from Lizzie, please?
I really struggled to see any human element to the image. I can see the shadows, but when I go to the shadows of the two people, I don't see connection. And I'll go sit here and listen to what the other judges say, but yeah, I'm really struggling.
Thank you, Lizzie. Catherine.
I gave this an 84. I saw the people straight away when I went up there, and not only did I see the people, but I saw a held hand there, so I saw a connection amongst the people. So this photographer, I don't think they're shadows. I think they are, well, maybe they are. They could. I feel like this is a big steel wall or something, you know, sitting on the gravel. And I'm just really enjoying how the photographer has created this otherworldly, almost apocalyptic vision here. You know, look, the sky is fantastic. I'm really enjoying the colours and the play of the blues over on the right, and then the beautiful warmth right where the couple is. I sort of saw a lion figure on the far left there, yeah. And I think the stones, they're really sharp. Sorry, I'm talking about the gravel stones. They're very sharp, and I actually quite enjoy that because it really makes you think, okay, this is actually just reality that you're looking at. It regrounds you, and it just shows you the cleverness of what this photographer has achieved. I do understand it's a confusing image, but I think that confusion is what is exciting about it. This is the originality we're being presented with. I was a little bit wussy on 84, that's so close to silver distinction. Might need to hear a little bit more to come to gold, but I'm definitely coming out to silver distinction at least.
Thank you, Catherine. I'd like to hear from the other Catherine, and then can we go to Jo?
I gave this 76, and I'm really glad we're having a discussion about it because I probably want to use my time to ask some questions. I saw the otherworldliness, and I saw the dinosaur dragon type figure, and I saw the lion and all of these things. But I also saw that sharpness of the gravel as being extremely dominating throughout. And then the other part, in terms of the composition, that very large boulder in the centre, which I couldn't understand how that tied everything together. And then I sort of want to get a sense, Russell, you mentioned about the portrait of these people telling us about them. I'm still not tying it all together. I want to remain open-minded, but I just, so I'm just going to listen further, but I'm really hoping you can talk about that in your right of reply.
Thank you, Catherine. Jo, could we hear from you?
I looked and I looked and I looked and I just couldn't see any humans or animals or people or life forms. But so thank you, Russ and Catherine, for pointing them out. It was late in the day. I just thought it was beautiful, and I loved it. But I was like, I'm looking for connection and people and story here. So thank you for giving that to me. I was on 75, but I'll definitely come up. I don't think so to gold, but I'll come up to silver.
Lizzie, do you have anything else to add? So we're talking gold here.
I think I talked already, didn't I?
You're good?
Yeah.
Great, thank you. All right, Russell, it's all on you now.
Okay, so Catherine, so to answer some of those questions, so as the other Catherine's already pointed out, the base of the stones, it just gives it a base. It gives the whole sense of fantasia somewhere to sit. It's sitting on reality. We don't need to interpret what they are. They're real, but above them is fantasia. And I love the central power of that rock because everything spills off either side. And, if we just focus on the golden part of the image, you'll see that beautiful connection between the people, and it's subtly suggested to us. You just flow down the middle of them and there they are holding hands. And, not even, in fact, so clever is it that they're not even popped out from the wall further to make it quite obvious that they're showing both man and woman. They've half hidden the man, the photographer's half hidden the man, and it's just, really, if you're looking for originality and excellence on so many levels, have you ever seen anything like this in your life in portraiture? I don't think so. If this was sitting up amongst the golden entrance out there, it's going to sit there very, very comfortably as a piece of original artwork, especially in this category. I think it's definitely gold.
Thank you, Russell. Judges, we'll just rescore. Just one moment. Thank you. We have a silver distinction at 87. Congratulations to the photographer. It's great talking, guys. That's amazing.
Great, sure.
Right, can we have the next image, please? Like to take a little moment to thank my lovely assistant here, Belinda Pratt from the Wairarapa, from Belinda Pratt Photography, portrait and wedding photographer. Thank you very much for your help wrangling these wild judges for me today. Thank you, judges. We have a professional standard at 72. Could we have a comment, please, from Catherine Cadnack for the entrant?
Yeah, I think this is obviously really a significant portrait for this woman, and I think there's a lot of potential ingredients here for emotional impact that haven't quite been maximised. I think the perspective isn't really helping here. Her head just seems so much smaller than her feet, and the feet are brightly coloured, so I'm sort of heading down there where all of the action and all of the emotional potential is at the top there. And I feel that the lighting is quite flat as well. It could have, this is a photograph about mood, and if there'd been some sort of control over the lighting, that could have helped bring that out.
Thank you, Catherine. Could we have the next image, please? Also like to say a big thank you to the Honest Council for a fantastic couple of days judging. I can't believe that we're on our last day already. It just seems to go by way too fast. If you're sitting watching at home, I hope you're enthused and excited, and why not enter next year? Or even better still, come and join us in person. It's a fantastic couple of days. Come and immerse yourself in everything photography. Thank you, judges. We have an initial score of 77, Bronze Award, but Russell's going to challenge.
I scored this 82. I thought, really, what a lovely novel way to present pregnancy, and the graphic between the tattoos and the flowing lines of those juxtaposed by the lines of shadow, which also suggests shape and morphology. I just really enjoyed it. I thought it was quite an innovative way to show us this state of being. The face missing I kind of enjoyed as well, because I think this person will enjoy this piece in their lives forever, really, and quite a cool contemporaneous way to sort of show it. The breast shape mirrored by the tummy shape, that breast shape captured between the arms I think is really gorgeous, and the shape of the tummy, and then really just a small bit of roundness on the right towards the shadows bleeding off, allowing those tattoos to have a base as well. I think it's quite lovely. I think it's quite a neat piece of work.
Thank you, Russell. Could I hear from Catherine Williams, please, at the other end of the scale?
I was on 73. I appreciate the layering of the texture of the tattoo and the shadow fall. The abstract nature of the shapes in this are quite beautiful, and I'm taken out of that abstract feeling by the elbows, the hardness of the elbows, and the arms being held up to cover the breasts. And my eyes just keeps travelling up to the messy part of the image rather than the beautiful part at the bottom, and that's just really sort of holding me back.
Thank you, Catherine. Someone from perhaps in the middle. Let's hear from Lizzie.
I scored this a 77. I definitely see what Russell's saying about that, the contrast between the harshness of the lines and the floral tattoos, but and that's why I'm awarding it with a really good solid bronze. I'm just so drawn up to the top where the hands are. I think that's the brightest part of the image, where we really want to see, take off the top 10%, and I think it's a cracker. But yeah, maybe just think about the hand positioning as well. Maybe we needed to see more of the breast with the stomach and maybe the hands out of the way, and maybe just start developing the concept a little bit more.
Thank you, Lizzie. Back to you, Russell.
That old cliched sort of look where the hands are holding the tummy and all that sort of stuff, they would have stuffed this up. I mean, that beautiful shape's got a horizon for us, and it belongs to a woman, and a woman owns arms, and they've decided this overlay works. The photographers use this overlay. Do we need to see the breasts? No, we don't. We want to see the tummy. Does it belong to a woman? Yes, it does. Does a woman have arms? Yes, they do. As she's resting her face on the hands are folded over towards her chin. I don't need to see her face or what her hands are doing. This says to me it's a beautiful pregnant woman in a lovely state, and it's been presented to me in a very innovative way, and consequently I snuck it into silver.
Thank you, judges. Thank you, Russell. Could we please rescore? I'll just get you into the right screen. Sorry, I was so engrossed in the conversation, I forgot to change it. Sorry about that. And we have a silver at 80. Well done, judges. Thank you. Great result for our photographer. Could we have the next image, please? A final little reminder about the wrap party tonight at 7 o'clock from our lovely friends at Sony. Pop into the trade show and see Erin and the team for your drink voucher for the party this evening. And don't forget to have a look at all the beautiful prints on display. Thank you, judges. We have very even scoring, which has resulted in a bronze award at 75. Congratulations to our photographer. Could I have a comment from maybe from Lizzie?
Yeah, I'm a sucker for horse photos, and I think this is such a wonderful photo for this person to put up on the wall. And well done, photographer. Beautifully captured expression on that horse.
Thank you, Lizzie. Could we have the next image, please? Thank you, judges. Very even scoring. And we have a professional standard at 74. Could we have a comment for the... Sorry, Lizzie? Sorry? You want to challenge?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, fine. Absolutely.
So what did it score?
The score at the moment is 74.
Oh, so I can challenge. Yeah, I scored this as 77 in a good solid bronze. I really appreciated the photographer and the way they've captured the expression on this man. I think it could have been done in quite a more of a harsh way, but just looking at his medals, and you automatically go to, oh, he's a veteran and sad and all that, but actually, like, this is a wonderful member of society, and I think his expression and the way it's handled and the colour palette, you know, it really celebrates that, and it just makes him so warm and welcoming, and yeah, I mean, what a tremendous way to showcase an honourable member of society.
Thank you, Lizzie. Could we hear from Catherine Cadnack, please?
I gave this 72. Lizzie, I totally agree with you. It's really, really refreshing, isn't it, to see just that beautiful smile and that celebration of, you know, without having to go all dark just because he's, you know, been in the war. I think in order to elevate this, I do feel that the top half of the image, he's blending a little bit into the background and it needs a little bit more contrast. Unfortunately, most of the contrast is down the bottom of the image against his hands and the darker trousers and the detail of the floor coming in there. So I guess I would just like a bit more either drama in the lighting or him just to be brought forward of that background so that he was a bit more separated from it.
Thank you, Catherine. We'll hear from Catherine Williams and then a comment from Russell, please.
I don't believe he's been to war. He is New Zealand Fire Service. The badges are all over him. His name's Colin. I think what's held me back on this is you know, this is all about attention to detail, and the details have not been treated with that sort of real precision and delicacy. You know, things aren't centralised, things aren't straight. His cuff around on his jacket has not been put in order, and I feel this needs the order to be just right for this sort of formal portrait that has been presented. I gave this 72. I do appreciate his humble expression, which I think is very befitting.
And Russell.
I also appreciate his expressions and things, but the lighting is entirely inappropriate for this sort of subject. I believe there's a lot of surfaces that can catch light. There's a lot of stories to be told, and all I see is his hands and this little head popping out of what is a wonderful life sort of experience or work experience. I just think the lighting is not able to allow me to lift it into any kind of award.
Thank you, Russell. Lizzie, back to you.
Yeah, look, I hear you, but old Colin, you know, he's got lots of medals, but I don't see any bronze ones, so...
Not
Okay,
bad.
comment of the day goes to
That's
Lizzie.
good stuff.
Judges, please rescore. Oh, sorry, you're waiting on me. Hello. I was just thinking that Joe might have some competition from Lizzie there for the best one-liners. So. And we've stayed on 74, but great talking, judges. And with that, for 2023, ta-da, you made it. That was our final image. But a fabulous talking to end the judging on. I want to say a big thank you to you all, and if you wouldn't mind just remaining behind while they sort the judges for the finals. If our print handlers are in behind there, I'm not sure if they are. Have they gone?
Can I just say a huge thanks to you guys
Sorry?
too? You've just been absolute troopers. Well done.
Oh, thank you very much. You're welcome. And I'd just like to say that our estimated time for this category to be finished was 3 p.m. We have finished at 2:12. So congratulations for your succinct and concise judging. And thank you also very much for a fabulous day and wonderful energy. Thank you. And thank you for you at home that have been tuning in as well. Don't forget to pop down. We've got the 2 days of the conference coming up, so plenty to see and do, so come and join us. Thank you. Oh, one other wee thing, if you can take rubbish out with you when you go, just to help people tidy up, that would be much appreciated.